What's going on, family? What's going on? Welcome to Sage Talk on the Lapeef Network. Before we get this show started, make sure you guys get the likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. It's going to be a great show. It's going to be a great show, y'all. Great show. Green Gang, I definitely see you guys in the building. D-Will, Savage.com. I see you, Famo, Alvino, Marcel, Green Gang. I see you. Let's get these likes up. Get these likes up. Make sure you guys fill the Teej as well. That link is in the description. Fill the Teej. Let me go ahead and bring the man up. Now.
I don't have an intro. I'm just gonna go right in.
Hey, what's going on, sir? Oh, okay, you going right in?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my cue. Well, make sure you guys hit the like button. Lee is here. You got a great show ahead. Show him some love. If it's your first time here, put a 5 in the chat. If it's your first time here, your first experience, maybe you've seen some clips and you haven't caught a live show, just curious. Put a 5 in the chat if it's your first time. All right, Lee, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Sage Talk. I'm your host, Lee. Today's topic, no more sacrifice, black man. And as I thought about the topic for this week's show, the erasure of the black man, or no more sacrifice, I decided to go down the rabbit hole to see how far it goes and what's at the end. And what presented itself was very insightful. At first, I shook my head in disbelief, but it was very clear it was not NOT, not coincidental, nor was it random, as some people may believe. What am I talking about? Let's get into it. You'll figure it out as I proceed. Try to add a little mystery to this conversation today. In more recent times, we've seen over the past couple of years, Kobe Bryant was most recently, I should say, publicly assassinated. His image, his accomplishments, his life story. And now, Kevin Samuels, the Godfather, his image, his talking points, his ideology, everything he represented, even down to his funeral, was ripe for the pickings. As I continued to look at this situation, I thought to myself, who's next? I never thought, all the way at the bottom, it never dawned on me MLK would be next. Dr. Martin Luther King. And to top it off, the person who was selected, who was making the charge, does not have a husband, have not ever had a husband, to my knowledge, and will probably never have a husband. She's someone I could speculate have slept with many men. And she's not done yet. She's still a young lady or a young woman. So, we talk about things like body count in this space. It's quite possible she will have a pretty high body count when it's all said and done. Now, most of you know that I'm not one to call brothers out their name. What I mean by that, the N-word. Nor am I one to call a black woman out her name, the B word. But today I'm going to make an exception because if she can call Dr. Martin Luther King the N word, then in my eyes, she's a bitch, plain and simple. But she's also a WHORE, correction, a 304. But I digress. Let me not get emotional about this situation, though it kind of hit home. As I consider the bigger picture, it really hit me. There's an agenda here. It's not random. The characters being used to destroy the image and reputation and accomplishments of black men are but a distraction. Most recently, we have seen Vivica Fox, a nobody, a has-been. B. Simone, a nobody, can't even be a has-been yet, never been. However, these individuals have just enough notoriety, or what we will say clout, to create a distraction. And that distraction is having its effect in the force, in the manosphere, and it's rippling outward into the physical and actual community of black people. The problem is they're not ignorant enough to be ignored. They may not be relevant, but they're just enough where they're not too ignorant to be ignored. Meaning, what they say, people will pick up on it. People will act upon it. People will then make other YouTube presentations, conversations, discussions about it. But as I looked at this whole situation and listened to the different points, very relevant, some of the conversations, my engineering, architectural mind and background started to think about a few things, started to work. The wheels was turning. And one of the first things you learn as an architect, your first semester in school or by your second semester, is perspective. Perspective is a point of view in common language. And one of the first two perspectives you need to learn to draw in architectural class is a bird's eye view and an ant eye view. Why? From an ant eye's view, everything appears to be larger than it really is. But from a bird's eye view, everything appears to be smaller than it actually is. The difference is the bird's eye view allows you to view the opportunity to see the big picture. It allows you to look ahead. Now, allow me a little bit to extrapolate what I mean on this whole architectural premise. In architecture, one of the most important things to keep in mind is the shadowing effect of things. The sun plays a very vital role. Now, this is very important because the greater the angle of the sun to the object, the greater the shadow will be. For example, if the shadow is at 12 o'clock noon, it's going to be pretty much a 90-degree to the object. There will be little or no shadow. However, if you look at the attacks being launched on black men, they seem to be isolated, they seem to be random, and they seem to be selfishly motivated from an individual standpoint, meaning it's coming straight up. There is no angle. There is no shadow effect. So it's just an individual's point of view. But what if it isn't? What if it isn't? Taking a look at that bird's eye view, I saw something different from my perspective. Or, to me, the picture seems to be unveiling from these so called individual attacks against Black men are more sinister. What is sinister? Something with an evil intent, coordinated, part of a greater plan, deliberate, with a purpose, not incidental or coincidental. Specific. Black men who have built themselves up to become successful and achieve great name and recognition. Diabolical. To deceive and to destroy. That's the plan. And lastly, the end goal objective, meaning for a specific result or an outcome. It's difficult, really, to understand how is it possible that Black women, the women who are our mothers, our sisters, our cousins, our aunties, could actually be doing such a thing. Now, I know some of you might say, Lee, you're reaching on this one, bro. I've been following you a while, but I don't know. Black women aren't that smart, or they're not that diabolical. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I don't know. But the end results are the same. They are destroying the image, the legacy of strong Black men. And that's a fact. You can't walk away from that. And this is where I'd really like to begin the conversation. What if Black women were to succeed to destroy the image, the reputation, the accomplishments, and the sacrifices that Black men of past and those of the present have accomplished? What would a Black society look like if that was to be accomplished? What will that do for Black men in the future? Will Black men strive to achieve and make themselves great, knowing that 50 years later, 60 years later, some young woman who have benefited from your work will come and destroy your name, your reputation, and tarnish your image? From history, there are two possible outcomes. And this is just a personal assessment on myself, from my own perspective. Black men will become weaker. They will bend the knee and they will become subservient. That's one possible outcome. Or we will begin to see an exodus. The best and the brightest will begin slowly but surely to exit. Looking back from history, men, and this is men in general, men have faced many encounters with death over the past 10,000 years. And I'm not a historian that goes back into the proposed hundreds of thousands and millions of years. I don't really subscribe to those ideologies. I haven't studied them, so I'm not going to make that mention. So I'll keep it to the time frame of where we can say modernity of civilization began. In the many forms from where mankind have been threatened, whether from other species of ancient times, disease and pestilence, and other forms of destruction that have come upon mankind. Man have always survived, and we have become stronger, and we have become better and more proficient over time. But more specifically, as it pertained to Black men in America, we have had to actually face many things. There have been an undeclared war on Black men from the time we got out of slavery, and we know that. And the rulers of societies have set traps for us to slow us down, to slow our progress, to make sure our achievements have been minimal. But with every diabolical plan, there always seems to be something that they miss or they overlook. There's always some unintended consequence of fallout. For example, in the 60s, they got the Italian mob to bring drugs into our communities, right? Hard drugs, heroin, hashish, and other stuff. And later in the 70s, cocaine, to get us hooked on drugs. So there would be no more Black leadership to ever rise up to help deliver the Black community, men and women and children, from the plight that we find ourselves. Fast forward 30 years, and now the dominant community, they're hooked on drugs and they're dying. Unintended consequences of a well-laid plan. One possible unintended consequences for Black women could be that over time, not a long time, but over time, Black men could develop an insensitivity to the plight and the cries of Black women, especially those who have proven themselves careless towards us. And when calamity or destruction fall upon them as a whole, not any specific individual Black woman, but the community of Black women as a whole, the Black woman, the Black man who are accomplished, who are strong, who are influential and capable in the society may just be silent, may not say nothing, may not do nothing. They may have the mayor's phone number, but may not make the call. They may have the chief of police phone number, but may not make that call. You know, when you're not skillful in wartime strategies, you may not know you're being played. Because some women, and I would say probably most women, they know that the men of their nation are there for their defense, to protect them in times of trouble. And I would assume our women, Black women, they know the same. They do claim to be the most educated. So you can't be the most educated and be at the same time unaware. One of the things I remember while listening to Kevin Samuel's show, back in the day, not so long ago, was how much I've heard black women say over and over and over that it was society, 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 as to why they did not know they should be feminine, or even that they should be married before they have children. Society didn't teach me this. Society said to do this. Society said to do that. So when the black men of tomorrow who have options walk away because there's no more benefit to stay or to be associated with black America, who will hear their cry for protection when they really need it? And we know they will, because that's just it. That's just the way history falls. You have times of pleasure and you have times of pain. You have times of peace and you have times of war. You have times of plenty and you have times of lack. And we're getting ready to go into a time of lack. The sanctions that have been put on Russia because of Ukraine is shutting down fusion around the world and using its power to flex because of this monetary restrictions that is being placed on it. It's flexing with food and it's flexing with energy. And those two things will rock the world. And there will be unintended consequences for that as well in America, on the ground, in people's everyday lives. Now, we all know there's been a big uproar recently with regard to the whole LeBron James son. And I think his mother posted the picture, but the posting of the pictures of him taking out the white young girl to his prom. But the thing is, younger black men, whether they come from rich black families or they're themselves self-made to become successful, they will not be choosing black women as a default. I'm not saying all of them won't, but many of them won't choose a black woman for their default, particularly if they're not raised around a community where the majority of the people are black. The degrading of our image, the black man's image, those things will not entice a young black man looking back at how maybe their sports figure are being dismantled, derided, hated, how a hero such as Martin Luther King, a civil rights leader, a man who laid down his life for the cause in which he believed in, took a bullet in the head, knowing that he was going to die. I mean, most people know that if they're going to die tomorrow, they're not going out. They're like, yo, I got to get out of here. He knew he was going to die. And we have to think about what is civil rights? I mean, just to have the right to move about society, to be able to patronize all of the businesses within society, to be treated with respect as a person. He died for those rights that we may get them and that we may be able to walk freely in society as everyone else have been able to do. To have the freedom and the right provided to you to be able to say your own thoughts and not have to filter them. And to think that We don't have anything that we find or that we hold as sacred that is like untouchable. I remember back in, I think, the late 80s or the early 90s, there was a French author who wrote a book. I remember the name of the author. He was Salman Rushdie. And he wrote a book about the Arab world and Muhammad. And he said some things about Muhammad that was not appreciated by the Muslim people. And I know I read about 2 years ago that they still have a $25 million bounty on his head, and he cannot go anywhere in the Middle East. He will disappear on sight. But yet, we as a people, we don't honor anything, anyone, for any reason. Why would a successful black man who has the drive, the talent, the ability to build himself up from nothing or from whatever launch point his family was able to provide him, why would he choose a black woman just because his skin is black? When black women are going around destroying black men with their words primarily. Because when a man is dead and he's passed on, he can't defend himself. He can't speak up for his own reputation. He was there. He can say, this happened or this didn't happen. There's no one to speak on his behalf other than what's recorded. And we know sometimes things are recorded in history that is not true, but it's recorded as true. And some of us take it as face value, and some of us dispute it. But what if and when black women do complete their task to have dug up the graves, not in a literal sense, in a figurative sense, of all the accomplished black men and have destroyed their reputation? Who will be left to sacrifice their lives for the community? And why would you do that? You know, in the past recent 2 years, we have heard a lot about the economics of black people. And 2053 is a prominent number in the conversation of the economics of black people. It is said by many economists who have forecast that by 2053, black people will be, future tense, will be at the bottom of society. We will be the brokest people in the United States. Now, I'm sure that is as an aggregate, not as specific individuals, or maybe groups of individuals. But I think what could skew those numbers would be if we start to see a divergence, a separation between black people. I mean, in a white society, it exists. We know that there's white trash or trailer trash, white folks. And other white folks do not concern themselves with poor trailer trash white folks. In politics, they pass little benefits to help them out, but they don't go out of their way. You stay over there, and we stay in our ivory towers over here. And it's quite possible. It's quite possible that there will be black people in the hood and those of the upper class and wealthy, and they will not have any concerns for the poor black folks. And I think, right now it's too early to tell because it's in small numbers. And to be able to measure something, you need statistical averages, percentages, and quantities within the society to be able to make an affirmative statement. But it's quite possible that the exodus has begun. And to me, that is a sad thing because, for the past month or so, I've been asking the question, what if? What if? What if the top 20% of black men who are accomplished and successful leave the black community? What do you think will happen? And I don't think many people really consider this question, but it's quite possible that in 25 years, what we will see in the black community will be far from recognizable. We can see a modern day slave culture at the bottom of society. I think some of you guys should go look at the untouchables. There are videos in India about the untouchables. So you can't say it doesn't exist. Because when you tear down your leaders, when you tear down your warriors, when you tear down your fighters, when you tear down your defense, you leave yourself vulnerable. Now, obviously, it's a power grab, but not understanding how power works could be your own detriment. And I don't think women understand how power works at all. Not just black women, women in general, because they're under the false apprehension that power is given. That you could protest in the street and then somebody can write something on a piece of paper and give it to you. And yes, in modern times, that has occurred. But survival changes the dynamics of things. War changes the dynamics of things. Disease changes the dynamics of things quickly. And right now, we're living in questionable times. We've been locked down for 2 years. I've seen recently there's monkeypox coming around, ugly looking thing, my goodness. But there's just not going to be that. There's going to be more. Seem like CV is rising up again. And this is supposed to be the summer. It's not supposed to be so prevalent in the summer. So my question is, like, when I looked at this whole issue today, I thought to myself, there were two directions I could have gone with this. I could have gone back into the past and talked about guys like Nat Turner, Frederick Douglass, the Apostle Paul, Abraham, Solomon, you know, black men of old who have accomplished a lot. And if you dig into their past, you can find something questionable. I mean, the list could go on and on and on, right? But I chose to take it forward as opposed to backward because the future is at hand for black people, not the past. JR, if you haven't dropped the link, you can go ahead and drop it now. In closing, I have a few questions that I want to raise for the brothers, for black men to ponder. And when you come up on the panel, we could have the talk about it. And this goes out to all black men who are listening to this broadcast today, or those of you who may do so later on the replay or something like that. First question. Would you risk your life and reputation to come to the defense of a black woman? Why or why not? Second question. Will 2022 be the year that will go down in history as the year black men capitulated to black women? Yes or no? Explain. And lastly, will 2022 be the year black men man up and decide your future? Where will it go? Let's have the conversation. I'd like to hear what you guys have to say. Marvelous Opinion, welcome to Sage Talk. How are you?
So far, Mr. Lee, nice to meet you.
Okay, good. Talk to me.
All right, so first question. Do I feel like I've become defensive of black women in general? Yes, I would always come to defend in general, especially if someone that I care for, someone who I love, someone who I know.
No, I'm not talking about a loved one. Black woman in general. Someone you don't know in the streets.
Shoot, context matters. Can't say yes or no to it, like definitively, but context does matter. I can say yes to some situations. I can say no, hell no, that's stupid. On other instances, my apologies.
You're coming out of a supermarket, you're coming out of a major department store, and you see in the parking lot a group of guys harassing a woman, a black woman. What do you do?
Interfere.
Say
I
again?
can interfere with that. I'll interfere. I'll run interference. Maybe
You
it
run
depends on the
interference.
numbers. I might call the cops. Might be too many people, but yeah, because it seems sketch. So I'm gonna help her out in general. So help her out.
Okay. Okay. And what make you decide to do that? There's
It's just
something
my
in you now that would make you decide to do that. So what
yeah.
make you decide to do that?
It's my nature for wanting to protect people in general. I am also
Okay.
in
So
law
you would do that
enforcement.
so you would do that for anyone.
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much.
All right. Okay. What about the second question? Will 2022 go down as the year where black men capitulate to black women?
Wait, say again. Last part.
Capitulate to black women.
Can you define
Surrender.
perpetuate? Oh, surrender. Oh, shoot. I hope not, man. Like, but, man, because like honestly, I think we already discussed earlier, but we already kind of like put it out there that we kind of have like a matriarchy in our community. You know what I'm saying? Like, Big Mama runs the house, so we need to really nip that at the bud and really step up as men. I know we haven't been challenged in a lot of ways, which is why we're so infantile in the way we move. Like, it takes a man until he's 30 to really get stuff together. When back in the day, a man who was worth probably by age 16, he was already doing his own thing. Like, I'm talking about 50s, 40s, 50s time. You know what I'm saying? Like, men had to go through certain things to grow up and develop. Today, I don't believe men are being challenged in certain ways. And it's not just to the men's credit. I mean, there's so many different things that are hitting us. But it's no helping, though, that women also move differently compared to how men moved back then, too. So there's a lot of things going on. But we pretty much set the standard as men. And we have to really step up.
What standard have we set as men?
Have in past tense was that we worked to sweat our brow. We bust our ass and stop being lazy. Today, we're looking for shortcuts, like heavy. We're trying to make it as quickly as we can because, again, we're trying to prove ourselves on unrealistic expectations, and we really can't because of how things are set up in this day and age.
But that's not a standard because I'm talking about the community at large, black women at large, and how black men will move forward. So that's not a standard. That's an individual desire to achieve in the way in which they go about it. What standard does black men have in the black community that black people in the community, men and women, adhere to?
So the standard is supposed to be never speak against your own people. Don't try
to. Okay. Hold on. Now that sounds like you're trolling today, and I wouldn't accuse you of that. But come on, man. Are you for real?
No, no, I'm just saying in
We have
general, but like,
present examples going on right now on YouTube
hmm
being disrespectful to black men, present and past,
yes, it
and
should
black
be a
men
transition.
who have accomplished a lot. Whether you agree or disagree, that's open for opinion. But
Mhm,
to publicly uh, diss them publicly in the eyes of the world. Not, I mean, YouTube is not like a telephone call between a group of people on Zoom or Google Hangouts. When you on YouTube, YouTube is a worldwide communication platform. So people in the United States will see it, but people everywhere else in the world that is familiar of this space or may get a link to this space, or someone may mention to them, hey, did you see this show? Whatever. It's
mhm,
eyes to the world. So when black women openly disrespect and challenge the accomplishments of long held established black men who have sacrificed their life literally to change and improve the benefits in society for black people at large, come
mhm,
back and call him the N word. How can you say that we as a people hold as a code not to talk greasy of our elders or those who we would say have risen to a capacity in life where they should be honored for their
mhm.
work? I mean,
Honestly,
where are we seeing that presently?
it really is nowhere, Mr. Lee. Honestly, I'm not trying to judge the community, but I will give some
Why
observations
not? Why not? See, if
because
you're
then
not willing to judge, you're not willing to make change. Because
well, it's not
judging
that.
means you need to call things up or down.
Yes, and
And feelings will get hurt, and feelings will get hurt when you call things up or down. So if you're not willing to
100%.
judge, then you need to move to the back and let somebody else take your seat because you're not
It's
willing
not,
to hurt
yeah,
people's feelings.
it's not the
You want to
feeling
be liked.
aspect. No, no, I don't want to be liked. I want people on that
Okay.
understanding. I
Okay.
was going to say the
So
reason why
talk
I
to
don't want
me.
to necessarily. Okay, so this what it is. I'll tell people like it is. Most people are selfish. People are selfish, rude, and want to tend to themselves. That's just it, period. You don't care about no one else. You don't want to understand no one else. At the end of the day, it's your own self gratification that you care about most foremost. You don't love yourself at all, honest to God, because if you did, it'd be easy to love those around you. But you don't even love yourself, which is why you hate everything around you, including those who look like you. That's my message.
I would say this. What's the brother's name? Che Guevara, the guy from South America, the revolutionary. He's usually on many T-shirts or on beanies when you
Mm.
see usually either a military guy or retired police officer wear, the kufi hats type
Yeah,
beanies. They'll have Che Guevara. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name fully correct. He wears a beard. Uh,
okay.
Spanish guy. He wears what's the hat? I forgot the name of the hat. It's a military style hat that you
I
can
know it's come
wear.
out beret. He has a beret.
Yeah, like a beret. Correct, a beret. A beret from Cuba. Yes. Anywhere in Latin America you go, if you try to insult that man, you're gonna have problems.
Yeah.
You're gonna have problems. And that's not even from if you're in Cuba where he's from. You could be anywhere in Latin America, Central America or South America. You insult him, especially if you in the hood, like out here, there's a hood out here called Medina. You try that shit, Medina, you come up missing. Taxis don't
Mm.
even go to Medina. Once the sun go down, find your way home. They don't even go to Medina. I'll tell you one thing, some of the finest chicks do live in Medina though, but they hood like a motherfucker. I know, and I've been there. But what I'm saying is that groups of people respect their ancestors and those who have fought for their liberation.
Yes.
But for some reason, we think freedom means I could say whatever the hell I want, no matter what, and I can disrespect anyone that I might have a difference of opinion about.
Mm-hmm.
And no person, it's not like men are going around dissing black women who have accomplished things.
True.
Right? We are not fighting dirty like women are fighting dirty. And I don't know really what the fight is all about. I'm new into this space, but I don't understand why black women are fighting against black men to destroy the image of black men, unless they're in league with someone else to do this job. And they have been promised certain rewards.
Yeah,
But
I
we know
couldn't
that.
tell you why.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I couldn't tell you why. What black women are even judging men in our, in a situation like that, because like, why bring up something of the past when it comes to like MLK, right? Why talk about the things that really weren't the impact that we were looking at? Because everyone has skeletons, like you were saying. But why does that even matter? Because what we highlighting is the impact that he had and how we can learn from this and cherish it and honor it and continue it forward. Rather than you want to throw mud, you want to throw shade because of how you feel. What is that feeling? And why do you have it here in this conversation when we talk about greatness? Why do you feel the vitriol and the pettiness need to be right about a situation? Because the thing is, you may not be saying nothing fake about what you know about MLK. It may be true. Okay, cool, granted. But why is that right now more important to put out than what his greatness was in general? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I want to speak to.
And that's my point. I mean, you weigh in the balance the accomplishment of a man, right? Like in the scriptures, it says to bring a soul back from death. For someone was walking a path in life that was criminal and wicked and destructive to himself and to others in the community. If you were to recoup a man from that life and get him to walk a more upstanding life, the scripture says to bring a man back from death, wipe away a multitude of your sins. So to go and speak of the one thing, let's say, if he did, we don't know if he did or not, right? It's speculative because FBI have been known to do things against black people that are not correct, that are not truthful, right? Misinformation or disinformation is a form of warfare. And you can get people to act on misinformation all the time. So, but whether, let's say it's true, why don't we take the lead from his wife on how to deal with that? Because that's a personal thing. That's not like how, let's say, BLM went out to claim that they were an organization that was trying to raise money for the defense of black people and the crimes that were committed against black people, particularly black men. But then they misused the funds for personal use and other use. We can't say that about Martin Luther King. His walk was straight. He did not misuse funds for the movement. He did not make backroom deals that benefited him and did not benefit black people. He walked this walk until the very day that he took a bullet in the head. And now he has a holiday. There are times when I hear white people say, well, when they have conversations with other black folks, and the black folks may take a more aggressive stance on a conflicting issue, they may say, well, why don't you be more like Dr. Martin Luther King, right? Who walked a more nonviolent approach. So even those who have been against us in time past can see the relevance of what he has done. Yet those who benefited from it choose to tear down his image, because that was not said to uplift the man. And the words preceding and following were not complimentary. I'll leave you with that thought. Hold on one second. Tien.
Peace.
is that how you doing? Is that Spanish? What's with TN?
It's actually an acronym of my legal name.
Oh, okay, not a problem. Go ahead. What's your
Yeah.
thoughts
Well,
about the conversation? I asked 3 questions at the end. What's your perspective on the 3 questions? If you need me to recall them to you, I can do that.
sure. If
The
you wouldn't
first
mind.
question,
Yes.
sure. The first question being, would you risk your life and reputation to come to the defense of a black woman? Why or why not? The second question is, will 2022 be the year that will go down in history as the year black men capitulated to black women? Yes or no? Explain. And the last one is, will 2022 be the year black men man up and decide your future?
So to answer the first question, yes, I would. And as
Okay.
the brother previously answered the question, um, I believe that wisdom and discernment has to be used when you talk about sacrifice and reputation, and that it's not simply a I'm going to risk my life and my reputation for any woman in any situation, but to be wise and
Well,
choosing
how do you
really
know? How do you know which women you're risking your life and reputation for?
well. It's sometimes if we want to have nuanced conversation, it's sometimes about the woman, and sometimes it's about the situation that you see the woman in, and it's not just a blanketed general thing of any woman in any situation that I deem to be threatening to her. That's when I'm going to jump in, regardless of what's happening. I
Okay.
think that as men we have to be wise in how we
Okay.
choose to
Granted. Okay. Let's
jump
take
in
the
this situation.
conversation for that question. Let me rephrase it. Let's take the conversation away from black women specifically. Let's say you are an accomplished black man. You're successful in your business, whatever it is that you do, but there are issues going on in the black community, and you have an opportunity to use your influence and your power and your connections to step out there and do things that would better the black community. Would you do it?
Yes, sir, I would,
Okay. Why?
because I have a duty and a responsibility to my
What's
people.
the duty? What's the duty?
The duty is to ensure the continued growth and development of my people.
Okay. And so 25 years from now, 30 years from now, when you're dead, or 25 to 30 years after you're dead, not 25 years from now. Let me correct that. 20 to 30 years after you're dead, some young lady come out and said, you know, what you did, you were no good because you cheated on your wife. And she dogged your name and your reputation, and other people support it. And then you have grandchildren now who carries your name, and they have to deal with now they're in school and they're being disrespected because now the public have gotten a different picture of you, and because of something that may have happened in your personal life, the sacrifices that you made to better black community 30 years past, you are now being hailed as an unfit father, a terrible man within your marriage. You're not worthy to uh, to wear those accomplishments that was bestowed upon you, etc., etc., etc. Looking at it from that perspective, what is your decision now, knowing what the future may hold?
My my answer is the same.
Okay.
As the as a phrase goes in popular pop culture, with
Aha.
great power comes great responsibility, and with the duty of nationhood and manhood comes the inherent risk of suffering. Sometimes it's your reputation, and sometimes it's your life.
And you're
But
prepared to lay down both.
For the right reason, yes, absolutely. That's what
Well,
righteousness is.
you don't know if it's the right reason, because you only know whether the reason is right
Well,
in hindsight by those who will reflect upon what you did. In the
well,
present, you're
to
going to justify the reason.
to understand what right is to understand what righteousness is. And so
Okay.
we're speaking from a more spiritual perspective, and understanding what it is that we're actually confronted with on a daily basis beyond
Right.
what's simply on the surface. And so it's one thing to be right and to say, you know what, this is right, this is wrong. But it's another thing to say, this is righteousness and this is wickedness. And when you stand on principle, you understand, at least for the individual perspective, this is righteousness based on what I believe to be true to me personally.
Okay.
And from that perspective, that's how you can discern, again, discernment and wisdom, to be able to decide what is the right reason to do something. And so what one person may deem to be right, I may deem to be wrong, and vice versa. But that's why uh, we we were all created differently, in order to be able to know and understand one another. But that being said, for me, what I deem to be a right situation would be again situational, and I can come up with any number of reasons. For example, I want to say maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, there was a huge a national outrage in regards to a sister from down south, I believe, at a Waffle House, that was accosted by police officers. Um, when she had done nothing wrong. I believe it was because she wouldn't leave, because she was trying to get some utensils, and the waitress or something like that went and called the police, and it escalated to a terrible situation. And now we're looking at this black woman being rumbling and tumbling and rolling all over the ground, with police officers acting like they couldn't handle this, probably, let's say, 150-pound woman in a situation like that. As we've seen so many times in this nation, where black men have either not been present, or we have been present and we haven't actually stepped up to defend our women in situations where we know right is right and wrong is wrong. If
So you believe in
that that
defending all
that
women?
that no, that a woman in a situation like that, one police officer could have easily apprehended her, restrained her, and it could have been easily handled, whether she was in the right or whether she was in the wrong. But for several, I want to say it was like 2 or 3 or 4 police officers rolling around with her, tearing off her clothes, doing the most absolutely unnecessary with her. That there
Okay.
should
So
have been a
in a
man
situation
to
like
step
that,
in a
if
situation like that and
you
say, "Hey, that's
but
not necessary."
okay, so if you were present, you would have stepped in somehow.
Yes, sir, I would, without a
Okay.
shadow of a doubt.
Okay. All right. Cool. Tony, welcome to Sage Talk. Good
Hi
afternoon.
guys.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Saw your show,
Okay.
just couldn't help but call in. Thank you for making yourself available. Hello, gentlemen. Marvelous TN. I just wanted to open up with
Please.
a Bible verse that I pulled up. It says here, Proverbs 5, chapter 3. No, I'm sorry. Proverbs chapter 5, verse 3 through 22. All right. For the
You're not going
lips
to
of a
read all
heart.
to 22, right?
No, God, no.
Okay.
For the lips of a harlot are like honeycomb droppings, and her throat is smoother than oil. But her end is bitter as wormwood, and sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet go down into death. Her steps go in as far as hell.
Okay. So break that down. Explain that to the audience, what you're trying to communicate.
When you have a situation where there is a cultural influence on a group as a whole that is interwovenly with harlotry, it's often connected to communism, because communism is the principle that everybody should be able to get some. And a harlot leaves, everybody should be able to get some.
What do you mean by
And
get some? Explain that a little bit.
get
Because some
sexual
people might interpret
access.
that.
Get sexual
Say again?
access. to gain
Gets
sexual access.
to gain sexual ex. Okay.
Yes.
Is that
And
for a
so
fee or free?
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, actually. Shockingly,
Okay.
it doesn't matter. If it ain't for her husband, it's no good. It's just no good. It's a standard that has been set in place by people older and wiser than us. And we are coming off of generations that have done this. And in times where Blacks were subjugated in slavery, they had these principles, and it is what had brought them through a lot of what was going on. It made us unbreakable. Black people sustained slavery at the height of technology, where they had all sorts of weapons, guns, all that type of stuff going on, being developed all to procure and capture them. They had branding, they had sophisticated trade routes for slavery and all that stuff. They were doing the most. They stole our language, they stole our history, they potentially might have stolen our
And
religion.
how does that? And how does bring that up to present day time? How
You
does
bring it
that
up to,
affect the society of Black people today, in your perspective?
in my perspective, we sustained a lot more damage and came out better back when we had the family unit. And the harlotry culture that is being perpetuated and targeted towards our Black women, unfortunately, is putting us in a position where we
Who
can't
is who is
bother.
t- who is perpetuating this harlotry culture towards Black women?
I would have to say anybody that benefits from
Level.
people being powerless and single.
Well, that's too vague, because it depends on what
It is
knowledge
vague
I might
because it's a
have.
lot of hands in the pot. For example, a restaurant, let's just do something as simple as a restaurant. It's unsuspecting little restaurant. They want to sell you fast food, which means they don't want a woman in the kitchen making you decent meals, making you food that's actually nutritious, that's not
So
processed.
are you saying that the woman lacks the capacity to be able to make a decision or to
It's not
choose?
so it's not so much that they make a decision, it's just that we
Or is
have
she
to
being
not choose
seduced?
them. I wouldn't even say seduce. Check this out. Here's another
Okay,
Bible
sure.
verse. It says, this is Proverbs 28, verse 1. The wicked flee when no one pursues, but the righteous are bold as a lion.
And what does that mean?
Well, it's funny how we shine a light on the harlot culture, and they flee.
They don't
They
flee.
flee. And it's
No,
no,
they
no.
don't flee.
No. You would
No, they
perceive it
don't
as not
flee.
fleeing when they're confrontational, but when someone is engaging in confrontation, it is to establish a barrier. It is to present distance. It is
No.
running away,
The
even when it
harlot
don't look like it.
today, the harlot don't flee. They actually are confrontational.
No, it's confrontational if you're a man who's trying to still pursue that harlot. Ergo, that means that she's not fleeing. If you're pursuing her, it says if you
No,
don't pursue them.
I'm not talking about pursuing the woman. I'm saying
Mhm.
if the woman is challenged
Mhm.
about her way of life
Mhm.
that she's chosen to live,
Mhm.
and someone challenged that way of life,
Mhm.
she doesn't humble herself. She actually advance her argument and defend her position as to
Right.
why she should be able to live the life that she's
And
currently
in the
living,
right,
and why it's a
right.
good thing.
But in the
And you should
mind,
not
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
you should not be able to tell her anything about it, because one of the first things a woman will say to you is that,
Mhm.
number one, don't judge me. Number
Mhm.
two, I deserve.
That's creating distance. That's creating distance. That's running away. It doesn't look like it on a physical level, but on a metaphysical level, when it comes to our language and how we use words to define a distance, when a man is righteous and hears these things, they naturally
What
create
makes
distance to
in
the
your
point where it looks
understanding
like they are fleeing.
what makes a man righteous?
Honestly, trying,
Say again?
trying,
Well, no,
trying
I
to be
thought you would
righteous.
have given me a scripture, because you read two scriptures to profess your ideas and your thoughts. So I thought you
Mhm.
would have given me a scripture to define what makes a man righteous. It does
Well,
say in the Bible what makes a man righteous.
all right, let's see here
Okay,
then.
but you have it? Think about it and come back. I'm going to bring up the next brother. Hey, Rick Judah, how you doing, brother? Welcome back to Sage Talk. I have
Yo,
three
how y'all doing?
questions
Good
on the
afternoon.
table today, and I'd like to see whether or not you can respond to them. I'll
Cool.
read them to you if you don't recall. We've been a long discussion. So, first question: would you risk your life and reputation to come to the defense of a black woman? Why or why not? Second question: will 2022 be the year that will go down in history as the year black men capitulated to the black women? Yes or no? Explain either. And the last one: will 2022 be the year black men man up and decide your future or their future?
Okay. Good questions. Would I risk my life for my life, reputation, all of that stuff to come to the aid of a black
Not your
woman?
wife, not your wife, a black woman.
Um. Oh yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah. No. For a general woman, mm, like it's our job to do so. It's our job to be the provider and protector of them, to make sure they good. But that a woman that doesn't want my help, no, I'm not risking it for that. I mean, honestly, and what I mean is a woman that will not submit to me as to submit to my covering, my direction, my leadership. A woman that's in the spirit of combating men, no, absolutely not. Not just because those women are usually the wicked women that are independent and strong. So I will let them be independent and strong and defend themselves. But a woman that is in the faith, that actually serves our Lord and actually, will be willing to submit to the man. Absolutely, because the woman is willing to submit wants to be under my protection. So yes.
Okay. So what if you were walking out of Target or Walmart and you saw something going down in the parking lot with a black woman and a white woman or two white men? Make it truly adversarial. How would you approach that situation? You don't know anything about the woman. It's not a black woman you know. You don't know if she's submissive or not submissive, if she's under the covering or not, if she's married or she's loose.
Um, good. I mean, first of all, it better be a woman I think is my people. If I don't think she's my people, and I might still call the police, but I'm not gonna risk my
Okay.
life for that. Absolutely not.
Okay.
It better be my people
All right.
first of all. If it's my people, it'll be hard pressed for me to sit. I won't sit back and watch. Like, say if they're getting jumped by two
Physical.
men. Yeah, and I ain't gonna say certain words, but y'all kind of understand what men do.
Right. Sure.
If they see they're getting physically abused, I'm probably going to. It'll be hard for me to sit back. I probably will jump in. It'd be best not to, because scriptures do say, if you deal with a matter that's not belong to you, it's like touching a dog with no ear. With grabbing a dog in the ears. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about in Proverbs and one Ecclesiasticus. So I will have to use wisdom. Honestly, more than likely, I would be like, hey, I'd probably say stop. I'm gonna call the police, something like that. But am I going to risk my life like that? And I don't know nothing
Physically
about them.
interject yourself. Okay. All right.
I probably will stay out, but I will not
All
sit
right.
back and watch one of my people get attacked. Like I'll do something.
Okay. Attack. Okay. Good answer.
So yeah, second question. As far as what'd you say? Will the black woman eventually?
I said, will 2022 be the year that black men capitulate to black women? Meaning surrender.
Like basically surrender. Men have already surrendered, so I don't even want to say that. So I don't want to first say that.
Well, I mean, in the manosphere, there still seemed to be a battle going on, and late last year, coming into early this year, there was at least the proposition that the men have won and the women have lost, and the women should come to the table as those who lose in a war should surrender and now iron out the peace treaty. But it doesn't look like that at all.
I think there for one, it's never. Here's what I say. First of all, our men haven't really truly forced the women to submit. Like our women, because a lot of women get the idea that if you give them that type of sexual attention, that physical attention, which most of these men are, who's talking about, we gonna get the women to follow us and do this and that. They're still laying down and making these dragons feel like they special. They're making these straight up demons feel like they are worthy of something. So they're like, yeah, see, men still want me, blah 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 blah. So they're not going to change. And on top of that, a lot of these dudes to be saying, yeah, we got the power, we got this, and they be cheering on all the head guys in the manosphere. A lot of them dudes, soon as one of them women give them some attention, because a lot of them, let's keep it a buck, a lot of these dudes is these lame nerd dudes that never had no girls, but now they got money and they feel like the girls got to flock to them because of that. Now you still need a little bit more than that. So them dudes, they would, if a woman that they call, and I ain't gonna call out names, but certain women that they see as insufferable, if that woman gave them attention, they would melt like putty. I mean, just straight up, they would melt and they would fall into her hands. The black man
Okay,
been
so I
submitted to
guess
the
your
black woman.
answer to that question is yes.
Yeah, will this be the year? I ain't gonna say it's the year. I think they already have, but I think
Okay, all right.
there are men pushing back in a way where they're like, I'm gonna get revenge. So what I'm gonna do is sleep with many of them as I can, and I'm never gonna. They're not really doing. They still submitted to black women. Me personally, because there's way, and I'm saying, in general, there are way more simps than there are actually stand-up men. That's why they got so much. That's why there's so many followers and views, because all these men really are like, I want to be like him. They're trying to become like that, but they really aren't. And not only they aren't, they don't have the balls to really step up and become that. So when I say 2022, they're already submitted. So yes, I would say it ain't. As far as the last question,
Okay, so and the last question, will 2022 be the year that I guess certain black men, I have to maybe qualify that,
mhm.
Man up and go their own way?
Yeah, I think there are certain ones that'll do it. Yes, sir. I mean, 2022. I don't, like I said. I will say men are more aware. I will say the big breakout of the manosphere and all that stuff. More men became completely aware of how women are. I mean, a lot of these. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of these things, they just ask questions, let the women talk, and the women reveal who they are. So now men have a choice. Am I gonna submit to that, or am I going to stand up against it? So will they stand up against it in this year? Only a few. It's still going to be majority simps out here that's going to continue, because they cause these women never to change. If everybody just started ignoring these garbage females, they would be forced to become different, because at the end of the day, they want to. They have no choice, because their survival depends upon us. So yeah, it would be forced to if the men stepped up. But will it happen in 2022? No, only a few, and only a few men that all the women are really going to desire. The rest of the men, they're going to be like, I got to settle for this dude. And it ain't just
But I
about
mean,
money.
if you look at it, most women today, they have, in terms of protection, they have the police, they have the courts, and in terms of money, organizations are filtering money to them. The government is filtering money to them. I mean, you don't get no bigger than Goldman Sachs when it comes to Wall Street. And for them to drop 10 billion, let's say that's $1 billion a year for the next 10 years. There's a lot you could do with that money as women in terms of
The,
fortifying women organizations to
the
give them more
government,
backbone in the leverage of society.
that's what I was going to say next. The government is in bed with that. They want our women to be independent of us. They want to incentivize them to not need us. We all understand this in the well, not we all understand, because many people deny there's an agenda for the government against our people. So, and those people are just delusional. They're more delusional than women they call delusional, but they're incentivized to not need us. So
Okay,
yeah.
so then my question to you is that, do you believe that the women know or are ignorant to the fact that there is a larger plan to destroy black men or to keep us underfoot or with their knees on our necks?
I believe they're Eve. Our black women, or our Israelite women, they are deceived. Just like it says, Eve was deceived in the garden. The man is
So you
aware
think
of it.
they don't? You think they don't know what they're doing?
No, it ain't so much they're not completely ignorant, but they don't understand the magnitude of it. They don't see the deepness of it. They just kind of see, because think about it,
So they're
women are
getting,
survivors. They're gonna
so they're
get what
getting
they
played.
want. Yeah, yes, they can play it, absolutely, and they aren't capable of making the smarter determining decisions to actually fall under the men, because we're the only ones that can bring them out of this. But they're fine being submitted to their oppressor. At bottom line, their oppressor wants the black family destroyed, and they go along with it. And the men go along with it by not submitting to righteousness, which brother Tony, by the way, righteousness, Deuteronomy 6:25, Luke 1:6, is when you keep the commandments of God. That's what righteousness is. Our men ain't submitted to that yet.
May I continue from that?
Well, the scripture also said the law is perfect, and that's what makes you perfect.
May I continue
Right.
from that?
Okay, Tony, go ahead. You had wanted to add something.
Yes. says here, but to him who does not work but believes in him
Well,
who
I don't want
justifies
this to be a scriptural discussion.
okay.
I want you
Okay.
to
All right.
deal
All
with
right. So
this
just
from a
off the
broader
top of the
society.
head.
You can use the scriptures
Yeah.
mentally to articulate your
Yeah.
point of view, like Rick
Right.
Judah did. But I don't want to be a Bible reading situation, because
All
when
right.
you read a scripture, I'm going to ask you to break it down straight up.
All right. All right. So essentially what he had said was corresponding with my whole point, but he brought up an interesting level to it that a lot of people fail to take recognition of, and it is the government's interference in the situation. It is the direct effect of government infiltration of the Black household, which is exactly what slavery is.
Okay, 1 second. Carla Rose, she said, our survival do not depend on Black men. There are white and many other men in this world.
That's fine.
Rick Judah, how do you address that?
Oh shoot! I mean, there are many. I mean, wow. Yes, there are many men in this world, and you can survive. Okay, you can survive on an animalistic level. Absolutely. You know what I should have said? They can't thrive without us. So you can survive. Survival is a basic thing. A cat can survive. A raccoon can survive. He can crawl in a dumpster, get some, some old sardines and eat them. So if y'all want to continue eating old sardines, cool. But if you want to actually thrive and go to the next level, you damn sure need your Black man, your Israelite man. You ain't going nowhere without us. Period.
Marvelous opinion. What's your take?
Judah speaks to a lot of things that I'm familiar with. I'm still kind of actually diving into a lot of those things. When it comes to scriptures and stuff like that, I can't really give any opinions on scriptures. I do
No, you don't
have.
have to. Yeah, just for comment, not scripture, just for comment.
All right, so comment and everything we're speaking about. I just have
No,
this thing.
the comment she raised was there are not. She doesn't need the Black man to survive. That there are other men in this world, the white man and others.
I understand where Judah's coming from 100% what he's talking about, because we are the chosen people. So if you're going to thrive, you're going to thrive behind the chosen people. It's no wonder everything we touch is influential. It gets things moving. Again, Judah, I'm already on it too. And then she is misinformed, but again, a lot of people are asleep. You know this. There's a lot of people who really don't know themselves. And I always try to tell people you have to go within and see him, and you have to love yourself first and foremost where it starts. But a lot of people really don't get that message. I'm gonna try my best though to really get that out and hammer that in as best I can.
Hey, and can I add something else to it? Because he
Sure,
said, it still just throws me off. And she said, we got all these other men in this world. We do. Those other men, and those other men they're the ones that have the plan to actually keep us in a certain spot. So why would they fight for our people? Because they know our men are the most powerful. Like he's saying, we chosen people. We're the most powerful on the planet. So yes, there's other men you can go to, but they don't mean the best for you and yours. That's really the bottom line. And on top of that, their children, the children that they have belong to that man. So they're going to be part of that man's legacy, that man's empire, part of everything he's setting up his plan. But when the children come out of us, they're going to be part of our empire, part of our direction, our setup. Because the woman has to submit to the man. So you're going to submit to your enemy, or you're going to submit to your actual family member.
I would take this at a different perspective. It seems to me that what she's saying is more from the gynocracy, meaning that the woman leads the society, and it doesn't matter what children she have, any man could protect the children and protect her. It doesn't have to be the man of her race or nation. And it seems as though women are moving in the direction that a gynocratic society is where they want to take society as a whole. So when I previously asked the question with regard to whether women are being deceived or women know where they want, what they're looking, what's being done, and they're not necessarily being pawns used in the society, that they are deliberate players, how does that fall into what this young lady just said? Because obviously what she's saying is that I don't need the protection of a Black man. Any man could protect me.
And then it goes back into what I was saying, that she's deceived. She doesn't even realize where she's going. They don't. That's why. That's what I'm saying. And it doesn't mean women are not anything. It just means that they are not meant to make decisions when it comes to what's best for you and your family. Like, they're not meant to make that. Men should always make the decisions. Men should make the decisions, even who they marry, who they, what I'm
Right.
saying, who they
Okay.
deal with.
Okay. Granted, if that's what you're saying, men should always make the decision. And we know today the society is more and more, the power is leaning towards females running ish. Then what does black men do? I'm not talking about men at large. Men at large are gonna make their decisions, but this is a primarily a show that deals with black men. The majority of the audience is black men and women. So let's talk about it from that perspective. And I'm gonna start with you, Rick Judah, and then we go back to Marvelous Opinion, and then you, Tony, as well. Understanding what you just said, even whether they're being deceived or whether they're a deliberate player, the objective or the end result will be to our demise if run to conclusion. What do? What do black men do in the face of that?
I mean, really, if they're going to do what they want to do, there's nothing. We have to kind of cut it out like cancer. Honestly, they got to become invisible to us, and that's just the bottom line. If they choose to go astray, let them go. So it's just like children. If children won't follow your instructions, your guidelines, your rules, then they got to go and go out there, find out that they are nothing but his plaything, and then after that, decide.
But you can't. That analogy, I was with you until you said children. You can't cash your children out of the house. I mean, at 18 maybe, but not as a child. Let's say between the age of 5 and 15, 16. I know some people do that, but is that what you're proposing?
Oh, if your children will not be under your instruction, under your rules, and they are just completely insufferable, they can go. They can go live with a family member. They can go to boarding school. They can go to wherever. Your rules, because God did the same thing to us. He said, y'all ain't gonna follow my rules in my house. Get out of my land. Go off on slave ships and enjoy living with the heathen that you wanted to be like. So
Okay, but even if you put them in a school to better their behavior or bring them under control, you're paying for it, so you're still caring.
I mean, I'm saying boarding school is an option. Me personally, I wouldn't want to put my resources toward it. I just do it as an option. I will send them to a family member wherever.
You just kick them to the curb.
Okay. Bye. And if they want to get right, they're always able to come back, just like they can be the prodigal son or daughter.
Okay, Marvelous Opinion. What about you?
I have to go 100%
on the women part. Don't bring the kids into it because Rick Judah was just making an analysis using the kids as well.
He's not wrong though, because even me and you talked about this before, and we came to agreement that you have to cut the cancer off where it is. You know what I'm saying? You can't be living in this suffering knowing you got this going on in your body. You have to do something about it. It's just that simple. The thing is, a lot of people, like even my father, he has this thing where he believes he can save so many people, but yet it's a contradiction because he also knows all skin folk and kinfolk, and it's still, but he has his emotion. It's more of his emotional aspect to want to do that for his people. And I'm like, Dad, like I have discernment. I can easily go left or right. I'm like, I'm going over here. You guys have fun with that. No judgment upon you. I'm at peace. I understand where I'm at. See, that's why I'm good. But a lot of people don't got that peace because a lot of them dealing with some things internally. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get to people to look at themselves eternally. That's always my key message to the world. Go within. But a lot of people, like I said, don't got time for that. You got too much distractions going on, too much going on with this and that. And I want to be like, no, bump all that. Find your peace first so you can navigate through this easily. Like I said, Judah, I know you good. My boy Tony, you sound like you on the right path. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I'm like, no judgment against no man. I just understand where you're at, and I'm gonna be where I'm at. That's just it.
Okay, now, based on what you and Rick Judah just said, why don't we go back to the first question I asked? Because obviously the comments that you guys are citing now, looking at the broader perspective, understanding that whether the woman is being manipulated to act and behave in the way in which she is, or she's a complying, how can I say, I don't want to use adversary, but a compliant participant in acts against the broader image of black men or black men in general. How do you answer that? Do you want to change or modify your answer on that first question? Would you risk your life or reputation to come to the defense of a black woman? Why or why not?
Hell no. For the first, but when it's an active participant in going against my people, no. You know what I'm saying? No, absolutely not.
Marvelous opinion. What do you say?
I don't really like to protect foolishness. So if I see that the act is stupid, the act is foolish, I want no parts of it. I'll let it
Well,
die where it is.
But let me ask you this, because I mean, if you guys were listening to the monologue from the beginning, or within a couple of minutes of the beginning, I try to lay out an idea that this was not individualistic, where the women that we see that are acting out and making salacious statements against black men are not a one-off, that it's more of a contrived plan, but they're using women who are just enough well known to put out the idea and the message, but not too well known that you can't necessarily just disregard it, right? So you might say, or actually you may disregard it, because you'll say, you know what? She ain't nobody anyway. Who is she, right? She got enough bones in the closet of her own life, but she has enough notoriety for there to be more discussions about the issue. Other channel, those who have channels, platforms, are making different opinionated conversations about the remark or the idea. But the thing is once you come from a platform that is sizable and you make a grandiose statement to defame someone, you can't put that genie back in a bottle once it's out. So if Malcolm X is next and he gets defamed, I mean, there are things you could go into his background that you could pull up to defame him. Frederick Douglass, the same. Didn't he have a white wife? I mean, you wanna start chopping down the accomplishments of what black men have done just in America. You're not gonna find no man that don't have some kind of dirt in his closet, or didn't walk a life where at one point maybe he wasn't walking righteously, and then he found his way and decided that there was a mission greater than his own personal achievements, and decided to do something that made him renowned. So with that in mind, every and any black man you can attack, because you never see them attacking, you never see a black woman attacking any white person that have accomplished something great in white society to tear him down. I mean, maybe they have, and I'm not aware of it. So if someone is in the chat, bring it to my attention. I will definitely be humbled by that, to be aware, but bring it to my attention. Okay, Tony, I didn't forget about you.
Okay, well, I wanted to go back and address the idea that black women could just go be with men of other races. What makes these women so optimistic?
No, I didn't say that they could
could
be with men of other races. I said they can get the protection of men of other races. That was the proposition that the young lady raised.
But what makes you think that the women are going to tolerate the expenditure of resources to protect somebody that ain't their sisters? What makes them so optimistic that they're going to be that welcoming? You think they're going to take that? That's they man's money. That's they man's stuff. Like, they ain't gonna take that. People think that black women are the only ones with fight in them. Are you real?
Well,
they ain't gonna tolerate it.
Why would you think that a woman would think that today? Why would a black woman get the idea that I don't need your protection because other men would protect me? Why would you think that they would even have that inkling of an idea? You think it's a bluff?
It's a bluff.
It's a bluff? You know why? Because they can hit 911 and white men would come and throw your ass out the house. They already know.
I had a Hispanic fiance who I called the police on, and she was thrown out of my house. So it's not always going to play out the same way.
Well, you made the call, so it's not like they made the call. You made the call. So fortunately, it didn't work. it didn't work against you. But when you
Right.
go by the statistical numbers,
Mhm.
it worked in mass against black men particularly,
Then I
right?
guess black men got to learn to call faster.
Even if
Well,
black
most
men
men are not
call,
going to do that.
we gonna get in trouble. Let's be real. We
Most men
can't
are
be
not going to do
Right.
that.
Well,
Right.
you're going to
Most-
get in trouble either way, right? If she calls, if you call, it's a lose-lose. So why not just call? If it's a
Okay, but
lose-lose.
the point of the conversation is you
Mhm.
thought or you were
Mhm.
speculating that she's delusional.
Yeah, and why are we
But
going
what
all the way to law enforcement? So
my retort to you is that she's not delusional because she has examples. She has active examples in society. They get money, which is what their man or their father should do in their life, from other men of other nations.
what, through taxes?
Billions of dollars. They also get protection
Mhm.
from other men of other nations. So
As-
where are they misguided?
Because every government has a collapse around 250 years, and if they want to tie themselves to the government and it goes down, it's going to take them down with them, and we'll be fine. This has happened
Okay,
before. This isn't our first
but
rodeo.
that may be a historical norm
Very normal.
with some flexibility within it. But up until then, what happens? How do you manage yourself in during that time before the collapse happens, right? You
By not
can't
being
just be
bothered.
sitting. You can't be sitting at home twiddling your fingers, saying, all right, B, that collapse is coming. Then what you gonna do?" Some people thought COVID was gonna be the collapse of society to cause black women to change. Black women got bolder.
Mhm. Yeah, they did get bolder. Doesn't mean
Okay.
they're right. They can bluff harder all they want. It don't mean they got the right cards.
Well, you know, when you're in a casino, and I'm not sure if you've ever been to one, but I've been to a
Mhm.
few. I've been to both the one in New Jersey, Donald Trump's casino at Taj Mahal, and I've been to Atlantic City several times, and I've been to Fox Hill several times, and a couple others I don't remember their names. But any event, you can bluff and win. Just so you know, you can bluff and win.
Yeah, but at the same time, the
Okay.
house always wins, and the house is Mother Earth,
Well, I don't go
not
with
the
the Mother
government.
Earth thing.
Not the government.
I don't go with the Mother Earth thing, especially since you were reading scriptures. But anyway,
Yeah. I
Tien,
don't think
Yes, sir. Sorry.
yes, you're back. No problem. You want to add anything to this discussion so far?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It's especially in regards to how you began this show, quite eloquently, if I may say so myself. I believe that women, on a social level, do provide a test for 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 uh for men, and when we see the women that have come out, whether we're speaking about Vivica A. Fox or B. Simone or Gail King speaking on our deceased brothers, Kobe Bryant or Dr. Martin Luther King or Kevin Samuels, what I believe we are being put through our tests into how we can defend the greatest brothers among us in life or in death. And there are
And how do you
still.
propose? How do you
I'm sorry.
propose that happens?
I'm sorry.
How do you propose us men defend those men who have passed?
Well, it requires learning how to communicate in an effective manner, as well as establishing networks of media such as this, wherein we can create and control the narrative surrounding our life, our death, and our legacy. Because the
But
problem is, as
between
they
now
say,
and
that he with the pen wins the war. It's the pen, not the sword. So
no, it's the
the
sword
one
that brings you to the
that's writing
table.
history books,
It's
and
the sword that
unfortunately,
brings
what
you to the.
we've been seeing
It's the
is
sword that brings you to the table. The
yes,
pen
but
decides how the peace is established, but it's the sword that brings you to the table.
however,
Let's not
the pen is
let's
mightier
not
than the
be
sword.
foolish.
However, the pen is mightier than the sword, and in the
But
modern
you have to
era,
you have to
what we
understand what
have,
that means.
yes, sir,
You have
but
to understand what
yes, sir,
that
but I
means.
want you to be able to understand what I'm trying to say is that
Sure.
in an era wherein, actually, not even just an era, but when we live in a world where the people that write the history books are the ultimate winners, then we have to understand the power of the pen, the power of the podcast, the
But
power
that's after
of
the
media
fact.
and
But that's
defending.
after the fact. I'm talking about now. That's after
The
the
sword
fact.
came first.
Sir, you got to understand what I'm trying to say.
I do understand what you're saying.
I think
What
if
I'm
you
at,
get to my
what I'm
point, just be able
asking
to make it
you,
wrong.
right? What I'm asking you is, you made the proposition that you cited Kevin Samuels, you cited Dr. Martin Luther King, and Mr. Kobe Bryant as well, and you're talking about both our more recent situations with B. Simone and Ms. Vivica Fox, who have come out to degrade these men, their work, and what they believe and what they stood for, and slander their name and destroy their image and the accomplishments that they've had over the years. And with Martin
Attempting
Luther
to do
King,
so. Attempting
decades.
to do
So
so.
what I'm one moment. And part of what you said was a potential solution is that we need to become more knowledgeable, which means that's going to take time. We need to establish media network, which means that's going to take time and money. And in the meantime, then how do we fight? Because you jump straight to the point of the power of the pen, which is after the fact. I'm talking about how do we fight
Well, I
now?
would have been able to answer it if you gave me an opportunity to finish, sir. Which is what I was trying to let.
I'm giving you the
Which is
opportunity.
what I was
I'm
trying to
giving you the
understand.
opportunity.
Which is what I'm trying to
I'm
get you understand. So
okay.
what I'm explaining is that as we see the different tactics and the different um ways in which they do try to use the situations that those deceased men may have been in or allegedly have been a part of as a way to discredit their character or to diminish their legacy, that we take into account those tactics that they use and we apply how we can more masterfully respond to that in regards to the rest of us that have not yet been deceased, that are still living, to be able to defend them more articulately and more effectively, to be able to, as the Quran says, to cast truth at falsehood until we knock out its brains, and that
And how
requires
would you how would you recommend, let's say, Kobe Bryant, right?
okay.
How would you recommend we devise a strategy to protect his name and reputation?
So in the
And
case of
what
Kobe
should
Bryant,
we say?
which was excellently displayed actually by Sister Layla Ali right there in the moment when Gayle King attempted to bring up his legal situation just days after he passed. She demonstrated stand on code and saying, that's not what I'm here for, that's not what we're going to talk about right now. And out of that situation, the greater Black online community praised Layla Ali for her response and criticized and condemned Gayle King for what she attempted to do on behalf of her media company, which is the other thing that I wanted to speak on just very briefly, which is, what are we really willing to do for a like, for a click, for a subscribe, for a view, for content, just to be able to talk about something online or be able to do something for the media constituency in which we represent as an employee, which is I believe very disgusting. And Gayle King is guilty of that just as much as B. Simone is guilty of that, which is, look, I really don't have anything invested in this man at all, in life or in death, but I'm willing to drag his name through the mud momentarily because I know it's going to get my name popping for a week, because I know it's going to bring some traffic to my news network. And
Okay,
that is
so
something that we have to be able to acknowledge so that we can properly address in its proper context, because that's something that a lot of media members are not going to speak on. If I come up and say to you, yo, what you doing clearly for, as they say, clout chasing. You're mentioning this man's name in depth just for the sake of your network getting some views. We call that out.
okay,
A lot of them go silent. They don't want to talk about that because it doesn't fit their narrative.
okay,
Tian, I can
so
answer that question. Mr. Lee, I'll give him that question if you don't mind. So what it is, right? You understand this world, man. What you're talking about is ambition and temptation. These things are nothing new to the world. And yes, because there are people who will do anything for the things that they're tempted for in the world, the ambition will drive them to go past their own principles, their own values, just to get a glimpse of what they believe, what they want. They're outwardly things that, like I said, there's a lot to desire on this world. These things you're talking about is, why are people less disciplined? Why are people more likely to look beyond themselves and to grasp these things, sacrifice everything, and including themselves, to get that thing they really want, the ambition, that drive, that passion? Passion, again, is a word that's described as an uncontrollable feeling. You are always supposed to be in control, but yet we always promote passion. You know what I'm saying? You got to be passionate about this job, just going beyond your ambition. These things are not new to the world. You know what I'm saying? Judah probably is more wise to this. I know he's really, really in tune to scripture, but I know he's kind of hitting on what I'm talking about. All right. But that's what we have going on in the world. It's nothing new, though.
okay, Anthony Johnson says the black woman is hated too. Anthony, if you want to come on up, hit the link and come on up and explain it to us as well.
All right, Mr. Lee, I'm gonna take my leave, so you got more people on the panel. But I really appreciate me having come up here. It's a blessing. You guys take care. Peace and love. Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Meek. Oh, that's
Joe.
that's Joe. 1 second, Joe. I meant
Yeah.
to bring Meek up first. He was waiting. You just dropped in. Hey, Meek. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, good afternoon. How's everyone doing? How are you, Mr. Lee?
Doing well. Doing well. Talk to me.
I ain't been up in a while, but I've been watching.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so your first question. I come out of a store, I see a debacle. No way am I getting involved, right? Here's why. Number one, I don't know the scenario. I don't know what happened. How do I know that this woman wasn't trying to rob this person or whatever was going on? Look, and we got to be honest. Let's look at the state of black women today. They mouth always running. They want to take on men and act masculine. And I'm supposed to walk into a situation that I don't know nothing of the backstory and risk my life and leave my children? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will call the police for you, right? They like calling the police. So let me call the police to help them. But I'm not getting involved. Absolutely
Okay.
not.
Question two.
Go ahead.
Okay. Question two. Is 2022 the year that black men capitulate to black women?
No. It's actually going the opposite way. If you start listening and you listen to the younger, the 18, 19, and 20, a lot of them, if you look at it, they're not being bothered because they're seeing the ridiculousness of today's class of women that are coming up. A lot of them are not being bothered. They're deciding, look, I don't want to do it. There's nothing in it for me. They look at the child court. They look at everything and they decide, look, there's nothing in it for me. Now, of course, there's always, of course, it's not saying every male is doing that. Of course, there's a lot that's still getting involved, but there's a lot that are just like, no, I'm
Well,
not
black
doing
men
that.
are attracted to black women in general. I mean,
Right.
that's natural to us, right?
Right.
Okay. But the point is, I mean, black women seem to be moving in a way where they want black men to submit to them.
Well, I mean, they are, but that's complete foolishness, right? Because when you really take a look, they pretend to be independent, but it's dependent on the government. So they're not really being independent.
Well,
A
I
lot of
guess
that is
they're
a fallacy.
independent. They're independent of us. right? And for them, they see that as independent enough, right? I don't need nothing from you. There's none you can give me, or nothing that I need from you to sustain my life. That's being provided for. So, in a sense, they can say they're independent.
I mean, listen, they
So,
can mince words all they want, but they're technically not independent.
right. Okay. So, the last question, will 2022 be the year black men man up and decide their own future?
I think it's already happening. I think it's already reached a point. I think that it's already happening.
So, at the end of 2022, going into New Year's and the first month of January 2023, and the recounting of 2022, one of the main things that's going to come across the thread of either main news stream or very prominently in the YouTube space will be that black men have moved on.
Well, it's not going to be that rapid, right? I don't think it's realistic for us to think it's going to be that rapid. I think it's
Okay.
going to be a slow trend that we're not going to hear about until it's gotten dramatic, right? Just like the woman now being independent of the man. That was a slow trend, right? We didn't hear about this 15, 20, 30 years ago. It's a slow trend. That was a trend that took over
Well, we
time.
did hear about it, but we heard about it more so from an individual relationship level. It
Right,
wasn't mainstream
right,
news publications supported by businesses and things
right,
of that nature, right?
right.
Okay, all right, I
And
can agree with that. Go ahead.
and and Mr. Lee, right? Last weekend when I listened to you, here's the funny part is I had already noticed that if anyone thinks that this is just magically happening, this is a concerted effort by women to destroy the black man, unfortunately. Now, because it's not just like one or two you hear in a fringe corner somewhere. This is something that's becoming mainstream. So that is mainstream. So this ain't just pulled out of somebody's behind. This is actually something
And
that was planned and set to go.
a lot of boss bees are uttering the same
That's
ideas
what
as
I'm
well.
saying. Right. And so I had noticed this a while and I said, look, there's something going on. Now, to that woman who said black women don't need black men, this young lady right here, Carla Rose, right? What she
Close.
said
Yes.
earlier. Here's the funny thing. Let black men disappear in this society and see where they stand, because they have this grandiose idea that everything's going to go on just the way it is. Unfortunately, that's not how that's going to work, and I can guarantee that. Like the other young man said down there, dude that had the light up ears on, as he said
Uh-huh.
down there, them other women ain't going for it. They are not having it. And I also want women to understand something, right? I heard something a year or two ago, and someone said black women don't realize they are the mule of America. And when you look at it, they're propping a lot of America up. And not in a way where they're profiting, in a way where they're disenfranchising their children, their future. They're working all these hours. They're doing all of this. They're not really in a good space like they think they are, right? It appears that way. Now, you mentioned Goldman Sachs made a pledge to give away this certain amount of money, right?
Right.
But let's think about it, and all these pledges we heard they doing and all of this and that. That's only going to reach a few, and most of it is going to go to their cronies. And you know how this works. This ain't trickling down to actually lift black women up.
Well, it's gonna go through. It's gonna go through enough black female agencies, right? Because it's like when Jeff Bezos gave, what's the brother Van Jones, a
Oh
100 million,
yeah,
right? Jeff Bezos came back and said, "That's his. I just gave it to him. He can do whatever he want with it."
yeah.
So now it's up to him how he move. But the business of Goldman Sachs, they're going to get a tax write-off and a benefit for that. So they're going to move a little bit different. They're going to pass it through black women businesses and agencies
No, they're gonna pass
that
it through the
stand up and
women
speak
of
for them,
color.
right?
Women of
So,
color.
oh, women of color, right? True. That's a good point. That's a good point. But let me just read out Carla's latest message. He said, God took Adam's rib, not the woman's rib. So I'm not sure where she's going with that, in contrary to a previous statement, but that is a definite clarification. And if I'm interpreting correctly, what she's implying by that statement is that the woman came from the man, therefore the woman is under the man and should be, if that's what she means by it. That's my take.
Well, based on the messages we've seen earlier, I would say that you're kind of off on that one. But she could just, that could be what she mean. I'm not here to dictate what she means, but we've seen the two comments earlier didn't seem to be trending that way.
Yeah, see, I got the same thing. I thought he said the same thing, that the woman was made for us. Like, so I thought she was basically saying the woman needs to be in subjection to us. But maybe I got it wrong. I didn't see her previous comments. I just read that one.
Well, sometimes, sometimes people misinterpret the way the conversation is going, and they might get their feelings in it, but then there may be other conversations going on in the chat, and then she get a more broader perspective. So I'll take it from that point of view. Okay, Joe, good afternoon. Welcome to Sage Talk. I think this is the first time I'm seeing you come up. How are you? Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Doing well.
Okay. So on both of those, I don't need you to ask that question no more. Nope, I'm not jumping into nothing. And and no on the other one. Nope, I'm not getting into nothing. I done seen too many times men jump into a fight or jump into something between a woman and another man and end up dead. Saw it too many times. Nope. And really, this new generation of black women, I don't really trust them. I'm sorry, because I believe black women are being led by the white feminist movement, and they don't realize what it is. They're turning, and forgive me if you're a Democrat or whatever, I'm not nothing. I'm an independent. But I do believe that a party is trying to split a race, a group that needs to be sticking together.
And it appears as though they're accomplishing their goal.
They are. And you said in 2022, I look at it like this. I believe now, even with, the stuff that Kevin Samuels, after we see all this stuff, if you really look at it from the disrespect of black men, what's going on, I believe now it's the time to teach young black men, stop apologizing for the way you feel about stuff. That's the problem. We apologize for every little thing in our community. If we got a problem with women raising young men in dresses, we should be able to say that. If we got a problem with mamas treating their young sons like they boyfriends, we should be able to say that without being put down as homophobic or anything like that. No, it's time for us as men to stand up with apologizing how we was raised and bring this back to the front. We need to start raising men again.
Well, okay, I like your point of view, but how are black men going to defend those young men when they make those stands?
We stand up for them. You come at them, you come at us.
I mean, because we see like usually when you have like Kevin Hart, with the exception of Dave Chappelle, a lot of times when black men are outspoken, very big media outlets or business outlets kind of step in and try to squeeze black men into capitulating and submitting and then apologize. We saw it with Nick Cannon,
Jackson,
and it's not one apology. It's apology after like an apology tour.
But this is where
I don't know. I used to watch them old Chinese martial arts movies back in the 70s and the 80s. And they used to always have like a comedic Chinese guy, and he didn't know how to fight, but he would pretend. And then when he gets challenged, he would drop to all fours and make the statement "I kai tao," like a dog, and he just begged for mercy. And it seems as though when black men stand up and speak up, that these groups come against you and pressure you to kowtow and beg for mercy and do the apology tour to everybody.
Well, Mr. Lee, what happens though when we all see, this is what they don't see. What happens when we finally stand up together and say, you're not going to do this to my brother? See, black women can do that. They stand up with their sisters. But what happened when we finally stand up? We don't have to buy your products. We don't have to do nothing for you. See, we buy just as much as anybody around here. Let's keep it real. Black men pay just as much as for Jordans and stuff too. See, we're consumers. So
well, not only that, it's the black man that's giving the black woman the money to go spend.
So what happens when we finally put our foot down and start standing up and say, no, we're going to boycott this. We're going to act like
can
this.
we do that in any large percentage of numbers to make an effect?
Because we got some soft leaders. We got the softest black leaders up there right now.
Hey, I'm sorry.
We can't wait for the leaders.
It's the leaders. It's the followers. We got some weak, soft, punk ass followers that will not join and subject themselves to a strong man that actually has the way. So that's really what it is.
You're right, sir. You're right.
I just had to say that because
you're right. No, you're right.
We don't follow the line. We too damn prideful, and that's why we ain't going nowhere.
You're right.
And not only that, it's not only prideful, but I think we're calculative to our weaker nature. And what I mean by that is that when a strong black man stands up and speak out and he gets a lot of backlash, there's always going to be a group of black men who will say, you know what? If I could put myself in a good position with these women who are coming up against him, maybe I could get something out of it. And we know what they want, right? So black men are always appealing to their weaker nature for the benefit of trying to get a woman that the women don't even know they exist or hardly even see them.
Yeah.
But yet, because they have no backbone, they will try and try and try and try. And they're undermining themselves, but they don't really realize that. Whereas women don't move that way.
Yep. We go for the likes. We don't go for anything else. We just want to get the likes.
It sound like Lee was saying we actually are women. Sound like we doing things just for our personal benefit, personal gain. Just like I said, women are survivors. Men are now finding ways to survive and live a luxurious life or in their little bubble. Because we really don't go nowhere. But we are selfish, we're self-centered, and we only think about what is only going to help us. We don't think of the bigger picture, the whole. And that's why men don't stand up. When Colin Kaepernick took that knee, all of the NFL players, the rest of them men should have stood up with like, hey, nah, we not playing. Y'all gonna get him out there on the field.
Well, but not only that, that's a very good point. Not only that, but black men around the country should have immediately jumped on that and said, you know what? We're not even going to be supporting your games. That would have gave the other brothers on the teams really the wherewithal to say we're down. Because obviously they got their money and a whole lot of stuff is riding on that. But if they see that the greater black community is in support, they could go out there and take that risk as well. And it took a long time before more of them came around. But that's the thing with us. It's like we wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And sometimes by the time the end comes, it's too late for us to make a move because it's a little too late. We don't get the benefit out of it because we always find a way to have a different opinion. Whereas especially if you look at the so-called Jews, the way they move, they don't wait for nobody. When they make a move, everybody else, if they're not even in agreement, they just don't say shit. Those who are making the move, make the move. And we don't know when to just shut the hell up and let them play and run the play. We don't know how to shut up and run the play. We always want to have a voice because it's freedom of speech. So I got to have a voice and give my opinion because I differ. And all that does is that it weakens whatever objective you're trying to go after. And I think
We
that's
are
our biggest issue.
we are women. You just now said it. We are
What?
women. Got to get the last word. We get told what to do, and then we're like, well, Nick, shut up. Like, no, here's the, like you said, here's the play, run the play, shut up and execute. Like, that dude's a head coach for a reason. He's the offensive coordinator. Run the play, fall back and do it, and it's going to get you results. But like you said, people that's less qualified want to step up and then want to argue something that they don't even know nothing about. Be quiet, fall back, let the elders take control.
But do y'all believe that it has something to do with because I was brought up in a 2-parent household, so I seen an alpha male. I seen what a man was, you know, how he leads his family. Do you think nowadays that, you know, black men are taking on traits as females because they was raised by a female? I mean, that's all.
100%, 100%,
And that's the point
and
that I was.
that kind of goes back to what I was saying, is that women are giving us a test, but we got to learn from ourselves though, and they're providing us with that, but we got to learn from how we have responded in the past in order to move better and then be able to do better in the future. But we can't take on their emotionalism. We can't take on their sign language, you know, as that acronym goes, because I think that's been a big problem with the way that we've responded in the past, is that when we do try to speak up, we speak up by yelling and getting irrational, getting over emotional, and then we want to start name calling, and we start doing that. You know, imagine if Snoop Dogg had responded in an articulate and intelligent manner, as opposed to just his raw emotion of "shut up, you dog-headed," etc. You know what I mean? If more, which I believe is actually possible, for more black men to be able to be more masterful in our language, in our communication, in our messaging, and in our image, that we can more successfully defend one another.
Well, I think first of all, you know, what you're proposing is good, but it requires training. And one of the things that this space allows is that free flow of information to awaken brothers to be able to get those ideas from strong men who have been brought up under a 2-parent household and have that masculinity within themselves and how they rationalize and act, as opposed to being emotionally driven and responsive. But many times what happens is that you find men are resistant to that,
But
because one of the nature in men is that men don't like to be subjugated under another man, and more so particularly black men seem to be allergic to that. You know, in most other cultures, you know, when a dominant man rise up and he has a plan and the plan makes sense, other men could fall in line and be willing to work it through. With us, we argue it down to the penny, to the point where the person with the least best idea to move on something tend to be the person that is finally allowed to move forward, because people just want to, like, okay, you know what, you go ahead. People just give up and fold their arms and be like, you know what, I can't deal with this. Because men of soundness of mind, they know what to do, they know how to move. But when you have an argumentative mentality of a person, particularly in a man, that becomes onerous, painful. And some men just can't tolerate that type of feminine behavior coming through a masculine image.
But it comes back, right, to what Rick Judah said, the feminine trait. That leads back to being raised in single parent homes under the woman, right? When you got all these men just being argumentative and just fighting for no reason, that's the female trait, seeing their mothers and aunties and grandmothers doing that. Now, here's the thing. I don't want it to be on record that I'm saying all single mothers are terrible, but we've tried this experiment in black culture for how many years now? And look at the results. Let's look at the results of not having men in the home.
One thing I would, sorry to cut you off.
All these guys are emotional. don't know how to work with other men, right? Here's the thing. I didn't grow up with a father. I grew up in a single mother household, but I had an uncle that ran his own business that was always there. And working for him, he taught me how to work with other people, how to work with other males, and how to understand where the best leadership is coming from, right? I'm a plumber, right? I'll have a helper, and this guy could only have 1 year experience, but I'm gonna listen to him because he may see something that I'm not seeing and make this job easier, or something that I'm missing. I ain't got to do what he say, but I could listen to him. And if it makes sense to make our job easier and it makes it more efficient, then guess what? I'm going with it. But men can't do that because, again, the single mother household, the argumentative woman, this is all they know. They have no strong men around. So that's why when they hear another strong man, they get combative just like a woman.
Okay, 1 second. Chan says, I thought argumentative was masculine in manosphere terms. Who wants to speak on that?
I'll speak on that real quick. Here's the thing. Being argumentative or being combative is destructive behavior, whether it's coming from a man or coming from a woman. Now, how it manifests itself may look different, but a man that will argue you down over the smallest insignificant thing is just as bad as a woman that's doing it. And a woman that puffs her chest up and starts, growling in her voice and doing all that towards a man, we call that masculine. A man, on the other hand, who starts getting all emotional and starts yelling and screaming and doing all that stuff as well, we call that feminine. So it's on one hand principle, and on the other hand, how it actually manifests itself physically, in terms of what we're actually seeing. So we just got to understand that being combative is being combative regardless. And what we may call masculine in a woman does equal what we may call feminine in a man.
Well, let me ask you this, because I've seen in the manosphere where men have disagreed and they have argued to the point where bodily harm and threats were made towards one another as grown men just by having a difference of opinion on a particular matter or subject. How do you address that?
Well, that's a matter of self-control. I do believe that there is always going to be, as Kevin Samuels used to always say, a low-level threat of violence that exists between men, which is why we tend to keep a manageable level of respect between one another, even when we disagree.
Right, but in the dialogue, it goes beyond the low-level threat of violence, and it becomes words of violence to the point of where threats are made that, people are either calling each other out, where you at, I'll come and see you, that type of conversation. How is it that I can watch white men on YouTube have disagreements and have a conversation that goes on for quite some time, but they never tend to challenge each other, who can put a bullet in the other's head or chest first? How come I never see that? I mean,
are you comparing white men in America to black men in America? I just want to understand exactly what you're asking.
I'm comparing. Why is it that black men in America can't disagree without getting to the point where they want to kill each other, and white men in America can disagree and not want to kill each other?
Well, I want to grab that. Number one, right? See, some men don't know how to disagree with other men, right? So they have to take it, because the feminine, they have to take it to a feminine level. They have to take it to a feminine level.
And what's the feminine level?
To where
Explain
they
that.
don't to where they don't know how to speak, right? So you look at when you look at today's woman, for the most part, they're combative, and because there's no low level threat of violence for them, they go da 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 da. So a lot of men do that, and they don't, and especially over the internet, because they know he's not right in my face. So they start talking in condescending and crazy ways that can trigger other guys. So they honestly, we just don't know how to have a conversation to agree to disagree, because we've never had that balance in the home.
But I've seen that same behavior in the hood, in the neighborhood. It's not, I mean, I'm not going to say, I'm not going to regulate it just to the fact that it's online. Yes, some men who may not have had the cojones to speak to another man that way face to face may present himself and speak boldly online, where he may not speak to the same individual that way face to face. Granted, but it's not like that is not a common occurrence in the hood face to face. It's a common occurrence.
Yeah, so something I immediately thought about when you just asked that question. I thought about how many of our brothers have lost their lives or over rap music or the rap industry. And I think about the fact that a lot of us haven't lived long enough to be able to learn the difference between a disagreement and an actual quote unquote beef. You know what I mean? And if we pay attention to those few brothers that have lived through actual street conflict and still been able to be successful in business, the Jay-Z's, the Nas's, the Rick Ross, even the Waka Flockas, who when they reminisce on those past conflicts that they've had over what was predominantly just a matter of, I'm a rapper, you're a rapper, we're competing against one another in this industry. They had to learn, like, wait a minute, I can be competitive against you, but that doesn't mean that I want to see you lose your life. And when they graduate to that point of consciousness, then they are able to try to influence the people underneath them to move differently and to not go and repeat that same cycle of violence where you lose your life because where I make you lose your life because you said something disrespectful about me in a rap song, you said something about my city, or said something about my gang, or said something like that.
I'm not even talking about rappers per se. I mean, yes, they are influential and they can be held to some degree influential or responsible for some of the behavior in the hood. But if black men, young men, teenagers, and early 20s, I hear so many times online when older black men who are mid 40s or 50s, or even like myself, older 60s, come out and say things, they criticize an OG and say, "You're just a fool. You don't know what you're talking about."
And that, but again, see, a lot of it leads back to that's what they saw in the house from the mother. Just anti-man. So they take that on, right? Look at the culture, right? We can't even get pulled over without acting an ass. You just can't give a cop your ID and close your mouth and relax. You got to be super belligerent, chest puffed out, and think that's what it is to be black. But I got to go because I got to do some things with my family. Mr. Lee, I just want to say this, right? It is time for black people to make a split, because we can't keep trying to carry these fools that want to be fools. I know there's a lot of people in the community that, we just got to get everybody in this. It ain't going to happen. Some people want to be fools. Some people are comfortable being fools. And it's time for black people to separate themselves.
Before you leave, respond to this comment. Natural Empress says, "Love women regardless if she's single or not. That's my point." Now, I'm sure she was responding to a greater conversation, possibly within the chat, but it struck out at me So before you leave, give me your perspective on that comment.
Listen, I do love women. I love all women. I hope the best for them. I'm not going out the way to harm them, but I damn sure ain't saving them. I can love you from the distance. There's family members that I love from the distance, but I ain't got to put myself on the line for you. So that's my take on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Have a
All right,
good one.
Mr. Lee, thank you. Next week, huh?
No problem.
All right.
Jay Prince, welcome. How you doing, sir?
What up, Jay?
Hey, how you doing? Okay,
Uh,
the first question. I agree with
hold on a second.
Meek.
Go ahead, Jay.
Okay, I agree with Meek and Joe on a lot of this. The first question, hell, for two reasons. Hell no, I'm not going to sacrifice my life for a black woman. One, black women always holler around saying they don't need no nigga, so let them handle that. Two, they always talk about they got, like the comment said, is other men to protect them, so let the white man protect them. Why is black men always got the it seems like we don't never stand up for ourselves. We getting attacked by everybody, including our women, but still, we still got to try to find this empathy for them. Hell no. If they not acting like other races of men, how they women act towards them, like Kevin Samuels, he asked his one woman a question. When you look at all of those other races of women and men, they look like they belong together. When it comes to us, we don't belong together. So why would you put yourself on the line for a woman that don't belong to you? That woman don't even respect you. That woman don't even love you like that. They telling you by their actions, by their mouth, every damn day that you are replaceable and you not needed. You'll be a goddamn fool to risk your life for a person who don't give a goddamn about you.
Okay, so what do you suggest we do about that? I mean, the third question, let me read that off because I don't know if everybody remembered the questions. The third question, well, the second question was, will 2022 be the year that will go down in the history where black men capitulated to black women? Yes or no? Explain. The
I
third
say
question
yes.
is,
I say yes, and I've been seeing like the younger generation of black men.
wait. Hold on. Let me finish and then I'll explain. Question 3. Will 2022 be the year black men man up and decide their own future? Now, when I said, will 2022 go down as the year in history where black men capitulated? Capitulate means to surrender. Will black men surrender to black women? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, that's why I wanted to explain it. Because you said, hell
no.
yeah. And I was like, hold on a second.
Heck, no. And you know what? I see a lot of young black boys, black men, they going to other races. You know, and they proud of, they not trying to stick around and live a suffering life just because she's black. And then you got to ask yourself, why is these black men just going, even though we created black women come from us, it's the point that black men just don't got control of their race. And that's another thing, a lot of stuff that y'all was speaking on earlier. I've been was saying that, like, I agree with a lot of stuff what Meek and Joe was talking about. And when we talk about there's no men in the homes and stuff like that, you gotta think. We don't respect men because we don't. The reason why we go to violence when black men talk to each other, because we constantly been emasculated. So we are fighting and violence. We had to overcompensate with that to make us feel macho.
Are we being emasculated by women or men?
We've been emasculated by both.
Okay.
How would a man our women is the vessel for other
I know
men.
how the women do it, but how would you give me an example of how a man emasculates another man? Because I'm not sure if I have an example in my head, so I'm just
okay. Like
you have one.
Like for an example, we don't have charge. We can't even control if we could be in our own children's lives. We don't have that power. That's
the relationship with the woman.
No, I'm saying it's certain laws in place stop preventing us we can only be a weekend dad if we can get that. That's one thing that's really kind of emasculating us out there.
Right, but that's the woman emasculating us. I'm trying to see how man to man emasculates another man. That's what I was trying to
by systems and by
Me running up on you, sticking you up, me running up in your house, me trying to take your girl. These are regular examples of men emasculating other men where damn, you just robbed me. You know what I mean? You just carjacked.
they doing that. But what I'm saying,
took my woman.
The point that
Now
I'm
I
talking
feel
to,
emasculated because you did something that violated what I thought I had control of or ownership of. That's emasculation.
Good.
Just an everyday example.
Perfect.
That's an example, but they doing it. We did that by a different way. Only in the black community in the hood where we're talking about where men will come to your house or disrespect you, but we getting emasculated almost the same way, but by it's a different way how they doing it. They still taking our women. This is the reason why our women is talking. The reason why our women treating us like this is because of we've been emasculated. We still conquer.
It's probably because men allow themselves to be emasculated by the women. Because if you allow a woman to talk to you any kind of out of her mouth kind of way, and she see you don't do nothing about it, and there's no consequence for that behavior, she gonna push the limits. It's like when I first came to this space and I heard about men who are in sexless marriage. It was the first time I heard that.
Right.
That would never happen in my life ever.
Period.
I mean, when I got into an argument with my wife, if she was pissed, she grabbed the pillow, she grabbed a blanket, and she go sleep on the couch. I'm not sleeping on the couch. Everything in this house I paid for. Right. And sometimes I may have to get up at 3 a.m. to speak to the London market and some of my traders out there. I'm not going to be sleeping on no goddamn couch and wake up. You know what? By midnight, she's crawling up and behind me, asking me, "Are you asleep?"
You're right, begging for forgiveness.
I don't play that. But men that allow that to happen is because they're weak. They're weak for the P, so they feel they can't get nobody else, so they just submit themselves to the point where the women have no respect for you.
See, but you know what, Mr. Lee? You know the problem? You know why a lot of men act the way that they act is so submissive to women like that? Because when they was raised by women, they was up under their mamas and aunties, and their mamas and aunties taught them how to treat women. And that was the wrong thing to be. You should never be taught how to treat a woman from a woman, ever. It wasn't no men. They got this so much love for their mama to where they look at these women like their mama. And their mama actually told them this.
Well, I'm going to agree with you to a degree because not all women do that, and I'm not saying you represent.
No, not all women.
Because I have known women who stood up for their sons, right? But I've also seen, particularly when I watch, I think Maury Povich, where they used to emasculate men on those shows, where women would come to find out who the father of the baby is. It's not the guy, and then the mother of the guy will tell the guy, "Go stay with the woman." I saw a show like that blew me away. Kid was 19 years old, 20 years old. But I mean, he had 3 kids with the girl already. And the girl was pretty now. And she was in good shape. But none of the kids were his.
And guess what, Mr. Lee?
And the kid walked off stage. He was upset. He was heartbroken. And his mother told him, "Go back out there and be with that woman and take care of those kids." My mother would never say that to me.
Right.
Never.
And guess what, Mr. Lee?
I can understand what kind of mother would do that to their own son.
And guess what, Mr. Lee? Here go the emasculation part. With that story you just told. Now, this is what I'm talking about. They emasculating us in a different way, in a legal way. He would still have to the law would still make him take care of those kids, even though those kids is not his. So now he done got this test saying that none of these kids is his. He done spent all his money and time with these kids. And the law said, "I don't give a fuck. You, in matter of fact, you're going to take care of them." That's emasculated. We getting treated. And the women sitting up there, and our black women sitting up there while watching us getting treated unfairly. And every time that we bring this up, they act oblivious. They act like they don't know this shit going on. They know what's going on because they be bragging about it on these panels. And even in life, they be bragging on. They sit up there clucking their fingernails and proud that how the way we getting treated.
Absolutely, I agree. Okay, Hank, welcome to Sage Talk.
What's going on, my
Talk
brother?
to me, brother. Talk to me, brother.
Let me help you out. Jay Prince, a woman's gonna teach you how to treat her anyway. Let me tell you how. By the way she carries herself. She's gonna teach you how to treat her by the way if she acts respectful, then she's teaching you that you need to respect her. But if she ain't, you treat her like such, the hoe she is, and leave her ass at the restaurant. Ain't that right, Mr. Lee?
I've done it before, so
I
no
know
big
it.
deal.
So what's the first question? Let's go.
First question. I done read it so many times now. I done forgot it. 1 second.
I'm in the bathroom because I'm at work, y'all.
Hey man,
Okay.
make sure you watch it.
No,
would you risk your life?
I,
Okay, Hank. Would you risk your life and reputation to come to the defense of a black woman? Why or why not?
You know, I did that before, man, and damn, they got robbed because it was a setup. So you learn one time is all it took for me. Never do it again.
Okay.
You never know the situation, so no, sir, I will not.
Okay. Second question. Will 2022 be the year that will go down in history as the year when black men capitulated to black women? Yes or no?
No, we never should.
There's a lot of simps out there. I keep hearing there's a lot of simps out there.
it is.
So I guess Simpson needed that, Mr. Lee. So
Simpson needed, huh?
they need to be the one that mating up with these tackhead and hoe ass women and bald head chicks.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is,
all the simp dudes.
so what you're saying, there's a group of men that will not.
Man, no.
Okay.
Not
They
at all.
paying thousands of dollars for them. You know they're gonna
So
sell
what would
for them.
those? So what do you see those men doing? The men who are not capitulating to the black women who say they want black men to worship them, to submit to them, to pay for everything, but they still have the last word and they're still in control.
Look, they gonna get them fresh out the pen. They need a place to stay. You know what I'm saying? They gotta have a phone and
No. What I'm saying is the men who will not submit. What do you see those men doing?
We got options, Mr. Lee. We got too many options.
There you go. Okay.
If you're not willing to submit, get on my program and to follow my guidance and allow me to do what I need to do. No, I don't need you. I'll move you to the next. You are overducked. I said it before. These chicks gonna have to be fighting, taking each other's out at the knees to get a hold of me. But if you ain't, the hell with your ass. I'll move on to the next one, and I'll find that right lady. She come because we've got plenty of options out there.
I think this should be the key word of this stream at the end. We got options.
We got options.
We got options, baby. Thanks for that. That was a very well stated point, Hank. Let me bring up.
I got a question.
Sure.
I just got a question. Do you all think that it's possible to divest from the principle but still invest in the person? You know what I mean? When you hear people talk about, oh, I'm divesting, or I'm gonna go outside of my race, or I'm gonna go outside of go outside of this country, or do you think it's possible to say, you know what, I'm not gonna go outside of my race, but I am gonna go outside of the ignorance that I am, more commonly find, let's say, in my neighborhood. So instead of going after the ignorant women, or
are you saying
girls,
Western women? Are you saying Western-minded women? Is that what you're trying to say in a more conservative way?
Yeah, I suppose you say, Western-minded, wayward type of women to say, you know what, it's not that I'm going to go outside of my literal race or go literally outside of the United States to try to find my wife, but I am going to go into different social or economic circles to find a woman that
But
I want to
but
make my
the
wife.
You should never
but the
settle for trash anyway. That should never be in question. You should never settle for one who's rude, disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Argumentative. Why would you want a woman like? You should never settle for nothing like that. I don't give a damn. Even the Pookie and Ray Rays shouldn't have to settle for that. Now, some of them choose to do that. That's their choice. But man, a man like myself, I'm not settling for nothing like that. They, so everybody's not gonna make it, and that's the type of woman I say is not gonna make it with me. I'm not gonna deal with them, that type of women, and you shouldn't either. No man should tolerate bullshit.
Right.
and
So,
especially if you're working hard to build yourself up to be able to provide for your family and build a good life for your children and offer them opportunities of the future. If a woman is not going to be on your program, it's best that you find that out early and make different moves. Because for you to make long-term investments like that, and then 10 years in, she pull the rug out from under you. A lot of times, when a man is in like between 35 and 40, his foundation is being laid financially. Because in the next 5 to 10 years is when the big bucks are going to come in. And when a woman tend to want to go in a different direction, and then she pull the rug out from underneath you, she can totally upset everything that you've laid a foundation for, because your financial program now get upset. You lose custody of your children, so that affects your mental and emotional stability. You have to pay out a lot of money in legal fees. There's so many things that can happen where when a woman is not on a man's program, they can totally disrupt the next 15 years of his life, 10 years of his life, 5 years of his life. And he's lucky if it's only 5 years. Most of the time it's 10 years and sometimes more, because the courts always look at what you're making now when you go into that situation. And usually at that age around between 35, 38, 40, that's when you're hitting your stride. So you're not at your highest, but you're increasing. So you could be breaking six figures then, or you could be breaking, double six figures, right? Going into 200 and some thousand. And at that point, they're going to set the bar at what they want you to pay. And based on that, that can totally overturn your financial situation. Because a lot of times, if you have to pay the woman some type of, what's the term that they use? I forgot the legal term.
alimony, child support.
Alimony, yes, alimony. If you have to pay the woman alimony, child support, alimony is 50-50 in most states or in some states. Child support could be significantly more. It could be 22%. It could be more than that. So you could literally be paying out of your pocket north of 60 to 70% of your income. And that now is going to be 20 years. It may not be 20 years for the woman, but it might be 10 years for the woman and 18 years for the kids. And that could be a real financial upset to your future. And sometimes, I mean, if you're a millionaire, you don't have a recovery problem. But if you're making 250,000, you have a recovery problem. If you have a 401k that's worth 600,000, you have a problem, because she's gonna take half of that. There's a lot of things that goes into why it's so important to make sure that the woman that you're building with is on your program. Because if she changed her mind midway, it disrupts everything. Legacy goes out the window.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Lee?
Sure, go right ahead.
Will it be wise to even get married? Like, even though I believe, even though everything start in the beginning, everything is all good when everything is all good. But when these women got these options, they're gonna take advantage of those options. So should we just say, since it's 2022 and we got all of this disparities and distrust for Black women, Would it be wise to even think about marrying them?
Well, I would say this: when it
Because I'll
comes
be
to
damned
marriage,
if a woman get half of my stuff.
when it comes to marriage, this is not a black woman. They don't have the monopoly on this, right? This is Western women mindset and the American courts, the way they function. So I would say be mindful of any woman, whether she's black or otherwise. But I think it really depends on what you're looking to build and how you want to establish a legacy for yourself. Some men can wind up being successful and leaving a legacy where there's no children, but they may leave their money through institutions, whether it's a business, whether it's a foundation, whether it's an organization. There could be different things that they can establish where their name can be recognized on into the future. But there's some men that want to have a physical legacy of a child or more that they can leave the money to, that can go on and establish, carry on the family name, particularly if the son has your name, and to carry on the success and build something upon what you establish. And many men look to try to achieve that. But in America, it's becoming more and more difficult to lay that type of foundation and fulfill that plan because of so many obstacles that are against you. This is why I think it's more important to really, I would say, vet the woman you're with and vet the woman's family. You know, we have to, a lot of things that we do in the United States is that we look at everything just from the man and the woman. Most countries culturally, it's not just the man and the woman, it's the man and the woman and the family of the man and the family of the woman. Understanding the dynamics of how the family moves is important to you, because when your marriage have problems, it's the family of that woman that's going to help us stay with you or help her to leave you, one or the other. The mother and the father, the sisters, the aunts, the women in that family, how they think is going to be influential in whether she stay or whether she goes. We know her friends, especially if she has single friends, her single friends are going to be more likely to advise her to leave because they want another hangout partner, right? But
Or they want you.
the family who understand family, who may have come from several generations of building, they may be able to explain to her the benefits of maintaining in the marriage, and whatever troubles they may be having can be worked through. And it may only take a period of time before the ship is righted again. And a lot of times that happens in life. Life is never a straight path where everything goes good. You know, I remember Donald Trump went bankrupt 3 times in New York City, bro. So even rich people who find success go through a period where they can lose it all, but they rebuild it. And the woman you have with you sometimes have to be able to work with you through those hard times, whether it's financial or whether it's something else that's dealing in the relationship. And you need to know that you have that. So it's important, I would say, as a man, as you're building yourself up, get to know the woman of the family that you're, the family of the woman that you intend to marry, and hang out with them. Take the mother out for dinner. Take the father out for dinner. Take them both out for dinner. Spend some time with them on the weekend. If they got brothers, go hang out with the brothers. Get to know how that family acts and moves. It's important. It's because once you make the deal, it's a one-way deal, right? So that would be how I would address that situation. Let me bring up Mr. Blackatron. Boy change his name every week. You wanted to say something?
Yeah. I just wanted to add one more thing, because I actually agree with everything that you said. I just want to add just one more pointer to it, because I think that most men in this space are marriage minded, and I think that's a great and commendable thing. But I just want to put this out there that we have to be aware of the fact that it doesn't stop there. The marriage, yes, absolutely, like Miss Lee just said, can make or break you, but it ain't just a marriage. It's who you have kids with, which means you don't have to be married. It's who you move in with, which means you don't have to be married. It's in who you have sex with, which means you don't have to be married. So I would just say that we all just also have to be very cognizant of the decisions that we're making when we're having sex with the women that we're having sex with, the women that we're moving in with, the women that we're having children with, even just the women that we're around socially or in business with, because any of those type of situations can put women in positions to where they may try to destabilize you financially. I just want to put that in there as well, because as important as marriage is, unfortunately, in a world like this, women can find a lot of different avenues to try to destabilize or to destroy you, and it doesn't take having a ring on their finger to do it.
Okay, thank you. The love below. MLK was a leader, a husband and a good man. He left a legacy and opened doors for our people. Absolutely, hands down. I agree with that. Okay, Blackatron, welcome to the panel again.
Good
How are you,
evening.
sir?
Good evening, all as well.
Okay. Do you have any
Um,
response to the three questions that I've posed to the panel and the audience today?
what are three questions order, just so I don't respond and get off topic?
Okay. The first one is, would you risk your life and reputation to come to the defense of a black woman? Why or
Probably
why
not.
not?
Oh, the first one.
Second question
Oh,
would
go ahead.
be, will 2022 be the year that go down in history as the year when black men capitulated to the black women? Yes or no? And the last question is, will 2022 be the year black men man up and decide your own future?
First question: would I risk my life for a black woman? Probably not. Why? Because I just don't want to do it. Let's just be real. I want to live. She's in a situation. This could be black. She could be white, Spanish, Asian. I want to
Well, we're
live.
talking about black women because this pertains to our community, right? I'm not talking about another nationality of people.
Okay. Just because she's
Yeah.
black doesn't mean I have to lose my life for her. I never
Okay.
signed that contract with this supposed
Okay.
community that exists somewhere. I never signed that contract. Throw my life away from I don't even know. I'm not doing it.
Okay.
Because I just don't want to. That's the reason.
Okay, cool. Cool. Good enough reason. A man
Um,
have free will and free choice, right?
right. Everybody has free will and free choice. Some decide to say good things about black men. Most say something bad. That's their choice. Some get with pookies and have kids. Some do whatever. Some do good things and marry men and have productive free will to do whatever. So do we. We can make good decisions or bad ones. We can play Blackatron and go try to save the black race, and we can do that if we want to, or we cannot. It's an option. And we don't owe anyone an apology or explanation of why we do what we do, because there is no such. I don't even see this we, because I never signed a contract where I was offered black skin, and then here's the contract and the payment plan of what it is that I have to do to be able to maintain it. I never seen that.
Okay, so what you're saying is that just having black skin doesn't, for you, doesn't, how can I word this? Doesn't automatically grant you loyalty to black people.
Pretty much. I mean, I'm black. Okay, cool. If I want to date a white woman, cool. If I hate white people, I guess that's cool. I mean, free will, do whatever it is that I want to do as long as it's legal. Actually, hell, people doing stuff that ain't legal.
So do you,
I never,
as a general point, not necessarily just to black women, but to black people as a whole, do you see any loyalty towards black people?
not really.
Okay.
Myself, I have loyalty to people that I know and the people I choose to have loyalty to. Most of them are black. Some of them are not. But freedom of choice, freedom of speech, freedom of everything. And I'm going to make my decision just as if everyone, regardless of what they say, this we the people, we got to, they're going to do what they want to do. Some people are going to log off YouTube and go simp as soon as they get off the, I mean, let's be real. People are going to do what they want to do, men and women. So I should be able to do the same thing.
Well, I mean, we all can say that we have the right to, but because you
Mhm.
have the right to doesn't mean you should. When you say I should be able to do the
Should
same thing.
should based on okay. For anyone saying I should go and rescue and go throw my life and do whatever for black, what's the reason?
Because black people come from you.
I don't have any kids.
No,
What black
he
people
come
came
from
from me?
black people. He come
And
from
you
black
come from
people.
black. What I mean about it is you get the chance. God gave you the chance to create black people, and you came from black people.
Where's
You
the
didn't come from
contract?
no other races,
Okay, where's that
and
contract?
you cannot create no other races.
He told you he didn't sign no contract,
I
dog. He
didn't
told
sign that contract. I just woke up one day when I was here.
Well, that means you
Where's
did
the
sign the
payment?
contract. You might not remember, but you did
Nobody's
sign the contract.
asking, do you have to risk your life? No one's asking if you have to. That's not the question. I feel like
Okay.
that's a question that you answering, but that's not necessarily what the question was. It's not
Okay.
asking, do you have to, or do you feel like you're obligated to? It's saying, would you, perhaps given a certain set of circumstances?
Probably not.
Okay, that's I think that's fine. I just think it's sometimes disingenuous when we get into the conversation just like, wait a minute, so you're saying that I have to just because I'm black, or you think I gotta just save any and every black woman regardless of what they doing, what they saying, what situation that they're in? That's foolishness. And you know what I mean? Like
Well,
let's have actual nuanced specific dialogue about what we're talking about, as opposed to just this fantasy where every woman, where every black woman is being innocently victimized, or that every black man literally signed a contract at coming out the womb, I so and so will protect all black women in every situation. That's not the reality that we living in. Let's speak
Tien,
realistically and intentionally. That's all I just
Tien.
wanted to say.
Okay, Tien.
Well,
You have
that's
to
my
understand
choice.
that you have to understand that Blackatron, when he speaks, he selects his words specifically because of the way he speaks. So don't get caught up in it. That's why I asked a few questions just to kind of juke at him a little bit. But I understand how he played this game on YouTube. So
Yeah, Hank
don't
and
get
JP know
too
too.
caught into what he's doing, because his intention sometimes can be to do exactly how you responded. So, but the last
So my
question.
question
One
is, but
moment.
where does that leave us though, as men that are trying to have intentional dialogue to be able to come to a better understanding mutually? What does it do to engage in these conversations if we're not doing so in good faith with one another?
It provides
And that's a genuine question, by the way, not rhetorical.
okay. It provides a reality. It provides a reality. Go ahead, Hank.
man answers. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way he is. So we just take him as face value. You know what I'm saying? I mean, no, I don't think there's no malice behind it. Is it Blackatron? I hope it ain't.
No, I mean, how can I explain it? If we're even talking about the level to people risking their life, and I don't even get a chance to even express myself the way I want to express it, that's part of the point. That's part of the problem. The problem is, why are people telling other men, single,
But
independent men, what they?
nobody was telling. That was not a.
No, I'm not.
That
I'm
was
not
not a
necessarily doing.
telling. It was a question. It was
Okay.
a would. It wasn't a should.
No, I'm
Right?
just expressing it in a way.
Right.
Why is it to where there's a we and there's this so-called contract of where they're telling, you can tell a single black man with no children what he should and shouldn't do. The resources that they obtain themselves in a community that doesn't even exist.
Okay. Did you listen to the broader monologue earlier? Or where did you
That was
come
more
into
a
the
question for
conversation?
T. That was more of a question for TN.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll just answer this just by saying, even if you say that the community doesn't exist, the people do. And so even if you don't feel a loyalty to a community that doesn't exist, the reality is that you are a member of the people which do exist. And so whether you choose to be individualistic or you choose to be national in your worldview, that does come with certain responsibilities that you have to stand on, and you know, and it's up to you what you decide is a duty for yourself as a man. I'm never going to tell you. I see myself as pro-black. I see myself as a black nationalist and a Pan-African. That doesn't mean that I'm going to tell you what I think that your ideals and values should be, but I'm going to tell you what mine are, and then it's up to you to decide based on what you see and hear in your life if you agree with me or disagree with me. And if you don't agree with me, that's fine. You know, and I'm not going to penalize you for that. The only thing that I am going to push back on is when you enter spaces with disingenuous dialogue to paint a picture that nobody ever painted, because nobody ever said you're a black man, you have to do it. Not one of the greatest black quote unquote leaders in the history of our people, whether you speak about Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or Marcus Garvey Frederick, not one of them have ever said, as a black man, this is what you have to do and you better do it or else. Not one. You can't name one. So let's not engage in disingenuous dialogue just for the sake of trolling or for the sake of being funny. Like let's be real here. That's all I'm saying, brother.
But
Okay,
10
I'm expressing it in this way for a reason.
about
Go ahead, Hank.
how you should answer. You don't think you're doing that now, my brother?
Say
I'm
that
sorry.
again, Hank. I didn't quite
We missed
understand.
the first part of what you said.
Doing that now because the way he's trying to police and critique on the way he answers or his responses. You don't think he's doing the same thing you said you don't like?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Never mind. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, Blacktron. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I get used to it because it's like I'm looking in the chat and he's hurt, damaged. Oh, who hurt black? I came from a good family. Actually, I grew up in a black community that was doing quite well. 2-car garages and grass in the driveway. This that people are doing now does not represent that I grew up in. And the mindsets have changed to where I just see ridiculous levels of selfishness to the point where a lot of people have to operate in survival mindset. And you have to realize that the person to your left and the person to your right probably don't have your back. Just like there's 5 men on the panel, and pretty much I would say assume to be strong men. But if you take 5 regular strong men and you throw one woman into the picture, somebody gonna fall off. Somebody gonna click that camera off and start simping. This is just how this thing works. So you can't trust everybody. Some woman gonna have something to say. I say I'm single with no kids. I'm doing all right. Somebody gonna have something. This is the environment that we live in. That's how it's gonna be, and it's actually gonna get worse. This is a small space over here in the manosphere. The dustosphere is about 80, 90% of the community, or whatever you call it as a community. Them platforms are 3, 4, 5 times as big as this one. Meaning, do evaluation and see what's really going on in the world. Then make your decisions. Now, if you just say, hey, I'm pro-black, I want to support, I want to rescue, whatever. Not talking to you directly. But people have that option. Cool. I say, you know what? I don't feel like doing that because I just don't. Therefore, I'm going to do what I do. These people in this so-called community or whatever, they're doing what they want to do, however they want to do it, at the expense of actually the decent people trying to do and build something. That's the culture. And these people have children. So if you want to know about our future and legacies and all that, the kids over there, most of them. So at the end of the day, make a decision. And is there anything that I'm saying that's not factual? First of all.
Well, I think what you're saying is not based on what we were discussing and the intention of the discussion. The discussion was based on how black women are destroying the image of black men, accomplished black men. And secondly, how should black men deal with that situation? One, and then the 3 questions were asked, which was, as a black man, knowing all this, what the monologue was, would you then sacrifice your life, or would you risk your life to save a black woman? The second question was, could you see 2022 going down as the year when black men just throw in the white flag and surrender and capitulate to black women's request that black men serve them.
I think that it
Or
already
let
happened.
me
Oh,
finish.
go
Let me
ahead.
finish the last one. Or the third question was, could you see 2022 as the year when black men man up and say, you know what? It's going to be about us, man. We're not going to be bothered with these women. And we're going to make this year a benchmark to where there's a shift in how black men think, speak, and act. Those were the three final questions that it pertained to the monologue earlier.
I think
You
that
answered the first question
okay.
fine, no problem. You were good there. I didn't have a problem with
Okay.
that.
And I probably went on into too much, but in some of the stuff that I said, I think 2022 is nothing but people actually seeing that the flag was already waved about 5 years ago as a whole.
As a surrender?
No, as a whole, like we're talking about
Right,
community,
but
and we're going that
flag
happened
being
way
raised
before
to-
22.
The flag being raised for as black men surrendering to black women? Is that what you're
I
saying?
think black men and black women as a whole have already lost. They both have waved the flag.
Okay.
There's only a small
Lost what?
portion.
Lost what?
I think
Because
when there's a war between black men,
the strife, as it appears to me, is that black women want black men to do certain things, and black men want black women to do certain things, and there can't be a meeting of the minds. So that's what
Right.
I'm trying to.
I believe that war was lost by both parties probably 5 or 10 years ago, maybe even further on. The marriage rates are low, incomes, net worth, all these things are being low, and where the kids stand and what the structure is damaged and falling apart worse than what it already is. That
So
war
you're
was
saying
lost.
there's no fix?
I'm saying black men and black women in the war both lost.
Okay, which means
If you're
there's no
participating
fix.
in the war, you're probably losing because you can't build in war. So a lot
So
of
there's
people
no.
have
So
separated
you're saying
themselves.
there's no fix?
There's no fix for anyone engaging in the
Okay.
war, which is probably 80% of the
Right.
of
No.
the
Okay.
population.
All right. All right.
They're
Cool.
over
Go ahead.
there. There's 20% that are not engaged in the war.
Okay.
Those people can do what they want as long as they avoid the 80%. Because there's nothing.
Are you part of that
nothing over there
20%?
to pull you in. Yeah, I'm single. I'm doing all right. I'm just not married.
Can I ask them a question?
I don't have all these. It's disappointing.
Trappings.
Okay, might sound like I don't give a damn about the stuff that I say, but I'm just able to say it the way I want to say it openly.
No, I'm not. I'm not
Right.
taking it that way at all.
Okay. At the end of the day, it's depressing and disappointing what it is that I see. And what the people are doing and what they're willing to stand for, what they're willing to put up in the media and what they're willing to fight for, and almost to the point of death. They're willing to fight for losing. It's not cool. So I know how this works or what's going to happen in the next 5-10 years because history repeats itself. In
terms of
20%, the people who are actually going out here and being productive, they don't have to participate and become the rest of what's left over just because of what they, how to explain it. If you want to be productive, have family, do whatever, have money, rims, car, whatever it is that you finally say you can do so. But you can't do that over there, operate as 80%.
So it can be done. It just can't be done
over
in the
there.
community.
No.
Okay.
No. But will men man up? 20% probably will.
Okay.
15%
all right.
maybe. The rest.
Can I ask Dr. Tron a question?
What's going on?
Go ahead.
Have you ever been treated like a black man?
Yes.
What is it? Okay. What does that mean?
I kind of know what he means, but yes.
Well, I would like to know.
It's kind of hard to describe it, but we get treated like a black man, like the difference is that how can I put it? To let you know that you get treated like to let you know you are a black man. Like when I go to certain jobs, I got to fix my voice at a certain higher level, to make people feel good. Like certain jobs, I couldn't wear dread. Society-wise, okay. Even with the women, even with our own women, like black men can't cry. Where if black women get with white men get to cry, white men get to be emotional, and they don't treat white men no different. But black men, we get put in all of these boxes. We can't cry. We got to wear the latest gear. We got to spend thousands on Gucci's and bags. Where the black woman would accept a white man that's wearing Target.
But
So
why
it's
do you have
like,
to spend? Why do you have to spend that money, thousands of dollars on Gucci and bags?
Well, go ahead. You can answer.
Why?
I mean, Anton speaks to this all the time. You know, they want to hire. They consider they already view black men as poor. So if you want that type of attention from the beginning, you got to give them. You got to show them that you not poor as a black man. Whereas a white man don't have to do that because they got this conception already that white man is already wealthy, even if he don't have a dollar, but he got resources. He got family members. He got people that got not only just money, but they got power.
Hey, Jay
So
Prince.
I take it that's the reason.
Jay Prince, how is 80%? Well, go ahead, Hank. Say it again.
Willing to be broke to look nice?
Yeah,
That's what's been going on, Hank. Like I can a lot of don't get me wrong. I get women dressed and balmy, but for a lot of men, why you think drug dealers dress the way they dress? A lot of not even just drug dealers, black men. Period. When they start approaching women, when they go to clubs, they spending the top dollar.
Hey, Jay Prince.
That's
Jay
why
Prince, I got a question for you.
You need to flex your options, man. If you got to deal with a chick like that, then you don't need to be with that type chick. You move on to the next chick. You move on to a woman who's going to appreciate you for you. And if that means if you don't have much, but you know you're trying to make it in the world, trying to do what you need to do to maintain your lifestyle and be a respectable, well balanced man, then let that be. A woman would appreciate that. But you going out here flogging and faking in front, and you ain't got in your bank account. You ain't got a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out of. Man, what type of woman you got? And let me tell you this: once that last bit of that money you got left is gone, she gone.
She's out. She gone.
Yeah,
she gone.
A woman
Straight up.
explained it to me like this: it's like a bird, a flashy bird. The flashy male birds get the female birds.
Well, Jay Prince, question.
Yeah,
That's for
There's an
mating.
80%.
That's animalistic mating. That's what you're talking about, right? That's
Yeah.
not talking about building a relationship and building a family with a woman. How you choose a woman, really, you have to bring the woman into your zone. And you got to socialize with her the way you socialize. If you're going to capitulate early in the relationship to what she wants, then you're going to be running on her program. And when you can't fulfill her program anymore, she's going to move on. I mean, like I said, one of my earlier videos, man, you would not see me spending $200 for rubber. I'm sorry. Sneakers, in other words. No.
Mhm.
I get a good pair of sneakers for $50, $60. They look good on my feet. They got the good support. And that's it. I'm not flashy like that for women. I mean, yeah, I've worn $1,000, $1,200 suits. All of my shirts when I worked on Wall Street were custom made, or at least 90% of them were. But that was for work. That was for work. When I'm hanging on my personal time, I used to like Calvin Klein Reaction. Their shoes was very comfortable. I throw on a pair of those, put on some nice jeans with a belt, a nice shirt similar to this. I'm good to go. My money is in my pocket, or I got my bank card, and I could do whatever I want and go wherever I want. But I don't walk around being flashy to a woman because she see you as an advertisement. She doesn't see you as a person to get to know. She's making judgments on you based on what brand names you're wearing. I've never been one to be flashy about brand names. I mean, yes, I wear brand names, but you got to look inside of my jacket to see the brand name, or you just got to know the designer that well to be able to know whether it's Zynga or whether it's Ferragamo. It's just that simple. But I'm not going to be wearing all kind of shit with the advertiser, the designer's name in big letters, 12-inch letters on my chest. I don't walk around like that. Never have. And I don't attract the women that look for that. I attract a different type of woman.
They looking at
I
you as
attract
a
a sophisticated.
Jay. They looking
And
at
in my
you.
experience, the women that are attracted to you based off of what you just got on, having a $1,000 whatever on, that's where you're going to get the laziest, most low level,
Women.
low energy women, period. But the women that know better, they know. I give a example. I remember, let's say about maybe 10 years ago when I first started going to the strip clubs, and I wasn't going to like even the high end type of gentlemen's bars. I'm talking about just the strip clubs in the hood, and the dudes just being there with their long t-shirts on, just throwing their money, trying to be seen. Those were the ones that the strippers like, they come over, get a little money, move on. And I'm just, I come in with a collar shirt on. A lot of times I'd be getting off work going straight there. And the dancers, I'm talking about the baddest ones in there, the ones that were after the bag. They see me just posted up by the bar, not saying too much, not doing too much. And I'd be getting more attention than any other dudes in my section because of how I dress and how I carry myself, as opposed to trying to be flashy, trying to get the attention. And you'll notice that you get what you attract, just generally speaking, especially in regards to women, because when they see you acting a fool, they gonna treat you like a fool, and they gonna take you for what you got and keep it moving. But once you start moving different and start portraying yourself to be differently, you'll start noticing a different level of attention, a different level of energy, and definitely a different level of effort from a different caliber of women.
Absolutely. The type of woman that would be attracted to a billboard is not going to be the woman that's going to be attracted to a man that's dressed sophisticatedly. It's
I'll
just
leave it alone.
two different type of women. Say again?
What you about to say, Black and Charm?
No, I'm gonna let it go. But
Go
no, I
ahead.
was just gonna say, why should a person follow the rules of the 80%? They don't got no resources, nothing for us, and don't care nothing about you anyway. Why do you have to follow the rules? Why
Well,
is
most people
why
are
is a person not allowed
influenced.
to go ahead and be themselves and think how they think?
Most
and do
people
what
are
they do?
influential, and that's the problem. Let me bring up one of the other brothers on.
Hey Sage, I'm finna catch your guys later for get back to work.
Okay. Thank you for coming up, Jay Prince.
Right.
Talk to you
Hey,
later.
no problem.
Appreciate it, brother.
Thanks for having me, y'all.
It's
Okay, Lloyd.
the things you seen back when you was in age, if you was some certain girls.
Hello.
And first
Lloyd.
meet the guy,
Hey, Lloyd.
but when you first meet the guy, it was.
Hello. You're in, baby.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
He was just prepping. He was prepping.
He was going in.
Hello,
He was prepping.
Okay.
Welcome to Sage Talk. How you doing, man?
How you doing, man? Hey, first of all, I'm gonna tell y'all, man, I love y'all show and everything. I was listening to everything y'all said before.
Appreciate it.
Let me get my camera up there a little bit. I'm sorry. I remember the last time you talked about Sage. I heard about your situation. I remember on your last couple weeks ago, it was a show that you had, and you was talking about the situation with black men and black women. And the thing about what got me so amazed about this, and everybody make me so think about how interesting this is because what's going on today in society. And the biggest issue I remember, the biggest question you said today, and you said something about should we throw in the towel? Should black man, because of the situation.
That's the second question. The first question is, would you risk your life or reputation to come to the defense of a black woman?
And I remember what you were saying that when she said something about Martin Luther King, and to me that's kind of like disrespectful in the way too as well.
Absolutely.
Now, the way I'm saying right now, because of where it is going, I don't try to get to the involved with a lot of this gender stuff, but my point, and I'm gonna break this down to you. I believe because we are really lost people, and what's going on with our issues with our women and everything else, it has been tainted by the enemy themselves. So do I think that I should sacrifice myself to our black women in a certain degree, in a certain way? Because I look at it like this: not all women think the same as other women. Should we leave them out there to the dogs?
Well, it's not about. One of the things I try to always put out when I speak on this program is that I'm never referring to all. We usually speak in generalities and to the majority, right? Because there's very little where it applies to everything in completeness of 100%. And I think the women who does not fall into the category of the topic that we're discussing, or the behavior, I should say, they should know themselves that they're not the persons being cited in this conversation, because they probably have not done it or would not done it if they did it in the past. They have modified themselves, right? So go
Right,
ahead, continue.
right. But my situation was, I think that in a way, when I come to any assistance to a lot of to certain black women, and I
Uh-huh.
think my point is, it's hard to say because I love my black woman as much as I love anything, and I only date
Sure.
my, and I've been like that because I've been pro black. I'm from Chicago. I grew up, and I'm an old '90s, so I know how the situation is today. Yes, it's much worse than what it is today. That's how our females are. It's a whole new breed, and at time being, it's hard to tell to go to. It's like a 50-50 because you can't tell the type of when you come to age to certain these black women and in certain situations they are involved in. Because a lot of these women now think more of us as an enemy than anything now that I'm seeing. How they come out and certain things I'm saying and how they've been educated by the mind of how what's going on. However, me loving my black women is certain things. I think that we should have a certain way of going about how we should be able to assist our black women than to come to a generation whole of them. And the reason why I said is because it's there can be certain ways we could connect certain dots to each other in a certain way. Because some of us have experienced so many different ways for some different areas. In so many ways we've been hurt in so many ways in pain. And the way I'm saying that we're coming to the aid of some of these black women is to look for the ones that who really are involved in the fight for us. Because I know others you might rush and let them go. And I'm just telling you by the heart. It's certain ways, certain dudes in certain way who speak to as well. Because just like I heard a brother was saying, in the community, you have certain people who gonna move the way they want to move. Some gonna move the way how they move, because some just want to give up in certain ways. But see, I believe that each individual as us, who we came from, as being black, as who we are brought here as solutions to the problems. We just got to find how we can deal with the solutions. Because just like you said, there's a system out here that's been attacking us for so many years and keeping us down for so many years and trying to find a way to keep us into a certain way. Because I believe in the heart that us as a people, for what we have been through the pain and everything else, they are trying to keep us from our salvation, what's going to happen in a way for us black people to understand that. So for us,
And would you say that the black woman is assisting in that?
I believe she's it. I believe there is, because here's the thing. Look at Oprah. Look at a lot of these other black women that came through Hidden Figures. It's there. Sometimes you got to look at where the trail of, I call it rat. You know, a rat lay his tails, or the mice lays his trail of a mess. You can look at it, what's going on, where it's coming from. And when I look at what a lot of news, the media, and all this stuff, what's going on, and the stuff they say about Kevin Samuels, I also look at where is this coming from? Who is pushing some of this stuff through? And look at what's going on with the target with a lot of these women. And this has been going on for years. My uncle, who fought for this country, on my Uncle Joseph, God rest his soul. But he put us a lot of black males coming out of Chicago on game. And one thing he told us about us, just like he said, he reminded me of kind of you. And he tell us that as a black man, even though he had his wife, but he took care of family. Black men need to take care of family. Just like you said, we need to get ourselves together first and be responsible, be men, and take care of ourselves and build ourselves up. Even though we got a family, we got to still be who we are. But at time being, he said, you have to understand with the black women today, and this was years ago before he passed, they are in the hands of the enemy. They gonna give them more opportunity over us, and we have to look at what's going on. We don't have control of our women. We do not have control.
So then, knowing that from what your uncle has said, knowing what you've seen in the society coming up to today, reposing the question, would you sacrifice your life to protect a black woman?
Would I?
Not a family member, just a person that you see in the street that may be in jeopardy.
I can't say, to me, that's a 65%. I'm gonna tell you right now, 75% of me would say no. It depends on the situation, how it is right now. And that's because, like you said, I don't know how the situation outcome it is. I just don't know. I can't.
Okay, good enough. So do you see this as 2022 as the year black men capitulate to black women's demands? Or do you see this as the year when black men man up and say, you know what, we're stepping off, we're doing us?
I believe we're gonna be trying. I believe we're gonna try to do us because
We're gonna do us.
I mean, it's not just saying that we don't. It's not saying that. Hey, I'm not saying that. Oh, hell with y'all women. It's just saying that we have to look out in a way for us right now. It's coming down to it, and then what the hand that's given to us right now, because they have a better advantage hand, but we have to. Hey, black men need to get together and say, look, let's get ourselves together and start worrying about us getting ourselves and understand and see the type of dangerous situation that the outcomes that could come that could threaten us down the line. And that's what I'm looking at right now. So I do believe that we might have to consider ourselves and doing us. I mean, I want to say if our women want to come with us and lead, then that's when they have to see us as leaders. They have to see us.
So being that in mind, can you see yourself working with other black men in a cooperative manner to achieve a better good?
I do. I believe as long as we have the same agenda and the same belief and the same way we're going the same route, I believe we can.
Okay. Let me just read this this chat. CCH says, if you say black women, black men, you make the most sweeping generalizations. Generalizations are generalizations. If you want to specify more about this, CC, you can come on up. But a generalization is just what it is. It's something that is average throughout the society. It's commonly known. Black people like chicken, fried chicken, and watermelon. That's a generalization. That's a fact. Does that mean every black person like chicken and watermelon? No. But it would cover the large majority of black people. That's how generalizations work. If you have a better definition, please help us out.
Something we got to stop doing in so many of these online conversations is a whole, not all, a generalization, like you just said. A generalization is a generalization, just like you just said. And while it's necessary sometimes to differentiate between a generalization and a universal designation, generally speaking, when we say black women this or black men this or whatever, we're not speaking of every single individual
person, right?
So
exactly.
Maybe it's more necessary to say it, which is a question I want to ask. We all were talking about which the previous question, the black women that you see as being as being detrimental to the status and legacy of black men. Do you see that as a loud minority or a mighty majority of black women, or is it somewhere more in between?
Okay, I would say that it's a loud minority, but like an iceberg, we only see the tip of it, because when you look at the other social media platforms such as Facebook and TikTok and so on, there are a lot more women that are spouting the things that you see on YouTube as well. And part of it is that the women who are quiet and don't speak up against it, they quietly benefit from, they're walking both ways. If it goes in their favor, they roll with it. If it flips the other way, they go with the other way. If you're going to be walking between both options, then you're just taking advantage of the opportunities as they present themselves. So you, in essence, you're allowing the bad behavior of a small majority or great many women to dominate and rule over parts of the society and the image that is destroying black men as a whole. And if you benefit by that silently, you're, say again?
I was just going to say, I would suggest that that's women in general, that women generally go after whatever the best option is, as long as it's beneficial to them. And that's not necessarily a condemnation of women. It's just their nature. For example, being
if you go after something to the detriment of your own kind, how is that beneficial?
Absolutely.
That's suicidal.
How is it suicidal?
I agree upon, but I also believe that that's why it's necessary for us as men to be more nation minded as opposed to being individualistic. That as black men, as far as our people go, we cannot afford to be individualistic and hypergamous in terms of, going for whatever is best for us.
That doesn't make
Because
Well, we're
sense.
not going to change. We're not going to change the nature of women.
That doesn't make
We're
sense.
just
that's what I'm saying, is that the nature of men and the nature of women are different, and that because women are going to go for whatever is in their best interest, generally speaking, women are going to go for what's best for them. They're going to go whichever way the wind blows. But if we're talking about sustaining and uplifting black people, a black nation, that it's up to the men to be intentional in what we do and
right,
to
but we
be the
can't save
leaders.
everybody.
That doesn't make
Of
sense.
course. Again, we're not speaking in universal terms. It's not going to be everybody, not all. Of course, it's going to be some. It's going to be a percentage.
Okay, all
But
right. Hold tight.
I'm
Let
just
me
speaking
bring
about
up.
the
What?
principle
Let me bring up
of how
Amor
women move
Trust.
versus how men move.
Am I pronouncing that right? 1 second. Amor, welcome to Sage Talk. Good afternoon. How are you?
How you doing, Sage?
I'm doing well. Go ahead. What's your input on the overall general conversation, as well as the 3 questions that we've been discussing?
I just basically just been listening. As far as the 3 questions, you'll have to bring those back around to me. I think the only one that I heard y'all talking about is me as a black man. Would I save a black woman if I seen something going on or something like that? I guess that's how I heard it.
Okay, 1 sec. Were you able to listen to the monologue earlier? A few hours earlier?
No, Sage, I just
Okay.
woke up. I just ended up getting
Oh,
on the scene. Y'all was on.
Okay. Well, I don't think you'll be able to really give a full response to the conversation, because I had laid out a whole scenario that we talked about, and then those questions came in at the end. So by you just focusing on the question, you're not going to really have the
full
broader
context
sense
of what you're trying to say.
yeah, the full context of what I was saying. So,
Well,
you know,
I'm a pretty intelligent guy. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm not trying to knock your intelligence, but if you walk in on the last 5 minutes of the movie, it's going to be kind of impossible for you to tell somebody what the movie was really all about. So
okay, I'll ride back and listen. No problem. I'll ride back and
okay,
listen.
appreciate it. Okay, Kinton, am I pronouncing that right? Kinton?
Yes, sir. Do I
Oh,
sound?
Kinton.
Is my
Okay,
is
how
my
are
audio
you?
good?
I can hear you.
I am good, sir. Hi.
How are you?
I'm well, sir. How are you and the other gentlemen?
Okay, welcome to Sage Talk. What do you have on the conversation?
Yes, sir. I'm from South Africa. First of all, don't mind my accent.
Okay, not a problem. I can still understand you. There's a little bit of a delay, so go ahead.
Yes, you ask if I can protect a black woman if I happen to
Would
see
you?
her in a can you ask it?
Okay,
Sir?
just give us the answer. You don't have to repeat the question. Would you risk your life and reputation to come to the defense of a black woman? Why or why not? That's the first question.
50 years ago, I would say yes. I would risk my life for a black woman.
Okay.
But nowadays, the situation is in such a manner in which it's impossible. Women have many options. They have the government, they have the black men. Now, it has become obvious that they've chosen the government over the black men. So it will be very difficult for a black man to boldly say, I can risk my life for a black man, for a black woman. Because even they do not respect us as they should respect us, just like other nations. The nation of Islam, for instance, you can see how their women respect them. So it's easy for them to protect them. It's easy for a white man to protect their women because they respect them. But when it comes to us black men, it is gonna be difficult because when given an option, women would they have obviously chosen the government over us. So
Do you find that
in
to
that
be? Are you
regard,
still?
it will be
Do you
difficult.
find that to be in South Africa also, not just in America?
A lot here, it is happening a lot. Ever since '94, you can see. Ever since democracy was presented to us,
Uh-huh.
you can see women. It has come with benefits like a social grant. If they happen to have a child out of wedlock, even in marriage, either way they benefit. If they divorce you, they benefit from you. If they happen to have a child out of wedlock, they still benefit because of the social grant that is given to them. So they
Okay,
find
so
value in men is decreasing. Is decreasing. They do not see us as
as valuable.
that cape or yes, as valuable. So
Okay,
it's
all
impossible
right.
to protect a black man, a black woman.
So what do you say
That's all I
about the
can say.
women who are going about attacking the accomplishments and the sacrifices that black men have done over time through history for the liberation of their people, and now black women are going to attack their reputation and name to degrade them? How do you view that?
I say I think we have to make a very serious action as black men. We have to leave women to their own devices. We have to leave them to their own devices. At this point, debating with them will waste our time. They are continuously doing it to trigger us or to provoke us, because that's all they can get from us at this point. So for those women who are looking down at us, who are trying to destroy for instance, I'm a great fan of Ken Samuels and you, gentlemen, the Lapeef Network. I've seen the efforts and where you guys and where you gentlemen are trying to lead us, to lead the black community. So instead of us turning around and trying to pay attention to those women who are trying to destroy our legacy anyway, they do not even regard us. They do not see any value in us anyway. So what we're going to do now is we have to take a serious step. We have to leave them to their own devices, leave them to their own option. As they say, they have options. They break to us every day. They have options. They can go to the white men if they want to. Let them go there and let
Okay,
us continue with the work.
so when you say leave them to their own devices, the last question I had out of the three was, will 2022 be the year black men man up and decide their own future? What does that future look like for you as a black man moving on as it pertains to leaving the black woman to her own devices? How do you see that? What's the move?
I see the move from now is we focus on those who matter. Let's focus on the women who are willing to listen to us at this moment. The rest, they are already. If you pay attention, if you notice, it's the women who are beyond a certain age, women who have given up on themselves. They've like there's nothing at this point. That community, the black community being destroyed, is not to them. Is they don't care. They don't care if we are destroyed or not, because they've given up on themselves first. They see that they are beyond redemption. They cannot be redeemed. So our focus as black men now should be us. and the women who are willing to listen to us. Those who are not willing to listen to us, who do not want to pay attention to these programs, to what we are saying as men, who are not willing, who do not want to listen to us, let them go. They are already wasted. They've wasted their years of their youth. Now let's go forward. Let's go forward as black men, and the future to me is very bright.
So what you're saying is that
Because I'm seeing a lot
they've made bad choices in their life. The life did not turn out the way they expected it, and now because those bad choices
they're angry.
did not give them the outcomes that they wanted, they'd rather burn it down.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they rather burn the community down with them.
With them.
Yes.
Okay. And
so our
us, if
focus
they
now
can.
should be on us and our improvement, and the women who are willing to listen to us.
Okay, so the women who are willing to fall in line with that 20%, I think that Mr. Blackatron was uttering, those women that want to
Yes.
fall in line with those men, and those men are moving into a different direction, which will create a new segment of another black community. You're gonna have the hood, and then you're gonna have something else. But that something else is gonna be more replica to upper class and wealth class, similar to white America, and white trash or trailer trash, similar to white America. They'll be the hood, and they're gonna be the black community, I guess, somewhere, somehow. Exodus Part 2.
Yes, because
Let
at
me
this
put
point
that
we
up
cannot
here.
save
Hold on a second.
everybody. As much as we want to save the black community, we have to be conscious that we cannot save everybody. Those who want to be saved, we are with them. Those who do not want to be saved, let them perish. We move on. We are tired of it's been years, us catering to the black women, catering to what they want. They want this, they want us, they want that. They have a long list of what they want from us. But ask them, what do we want? They have no answer. Or their only answer will be ad hominems, will be, who raised you? The only answer they can give us is like, who gave birth to you? Yes, we know you are the spring of life. You gave birth to us, but we maintain the spring of life. So it's either you fall into our program or you out. Other nations, they have women who listen to them. The nation of Islams. Those who I want to ask those black women who are saying, it's fine, we can go to we'll go to other men, other races. The truth is, black women have no options. It's either us or death. So if they're gonna choose us, they need to fall into our program. If they are not, let them go. What's happening with other nations is like they are not coming in masses. Other men of other races, they are not coming in masses to black women. We are still with them. We are still tolerating them. They won't tolerate all this. Mohammed won't tolerate all this. The nation of the Buddhists, the nation of people of India, men of India won't tolerate this. We tolerate it because we were raised so. We're raised to tolerate a black woman.
Okay, one second. I want to read this. I want to read this chat that popped up. Amor Thorst says, sad sounds like a segregation all over again. Now y'all want to segregate from black women? Hell nah. Are we segregating from black women, or black women have already segregated from us?
They segregated from us.
They are gone.
Let me tell you what.
I don't hear black men going around
Granted, buried at that white man, but come home and frown and got a scowl on the face for us. I'll be dang.
Absolutely. I don't hear black men going around destroying the accomplishment of black women of time past, whether it's Harriet Tubman, whether it's what's the most recent author that passed away? I can't remember her name, but she married like 3 different white men, and she was supposed to be a black.
We
A
have
black. I
Serena
was
Williams.
no, not Serena Williams. I mean, but
We have
Serena
Serena
Williams
Williams.
also. I mean, black women are making choices,
All
but
right.
black men, when we make choices, even other black men would come at us for making the choices that are best for us. And I think Amor, maybe you should
Yes.
go and listen to the whole program on the repeat. And I would love to read any of your comments that you might leave at the end of the show on the replay, because I would like to see if your perspective is the same. And that's what I meant by coming into the end of the show or close to the end, you might not have a full perspective of what's going on. And Quentin, definitely, you hit it right on the head. Let's go ahead and close out. So let's have a last few words
Thank you, sir.
for everyone. We'll start with Lloyd, Blackatron, Hink, Tien, and then myself.
All right. Well, like I said, I want to say, Quentin, you was on a lot of things you just said, because one thing about in the United States of America, issues we talk about not respecting the black man. A lot of that has to do with who's controlling the power, who runs the government, who makes the laws. And if you look at it like that, when you look at certain countries like India, Pakistan, the Taliban, Afghanistan, and China, and all other countries, who runs their country? So if you see that as a black person under a country that we no laws, no laws, then you can see where our women are heading to. And this is also in Britain, this is for certain countries in Africa, because who's making these policies for this thing to happen for a reason. You are on point with a lot of things you said. That's true. Said we don't control the law of our own country. We don't make the law, so our women don't see any respect of us because we don't control anything. Put policies on their hands, gas that type of power. So
Okay, but let me ask you this. So are you saying that the only way black men could be in control of their women is if they ran their countries like Afghanistan or China?
Pretty
What are you
much,
saying?
yes, if we control our universe, we control policy in the country world. And I remember years ago you said the same thing. I remember last couple weeks ago in your last election, you said that when a child is born, the child is automatically to the mother. But in certain countries, like in Islam, when the child is born, the child is father own possessor of his legacy.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
that was my conversation about patriarchy.
Right. So I remember now, and it goes back to saying certain cultures believe that the child belongs to the father. But in America, in countries, they don't give the child to the male, to women. And it's
Absolutely
time for us who, even though we're not married, we will still have to fight for those kids through a DNA. And this is a situation I would have to go through with my girl as well, as my daughter had. She's 4 months. And
Quentin, one second, Lloyd. Quentin, mute up a little bit because you're having a lot of background. Hit the mute button on your end.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Lloyd.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, because of certain things I have to do with my child, that I have to show proof. And if something happens today, God forbid, my girl will get half the percent of that child. I have to fight hard for that child, my daughter. So as I've seen what he's talking about, it's leverage us as men, like we talk about us men are growing up with less of this fight, something that is being controlled on the life. This system they had designed, because if you gotta look at like this in the days in the 90s when you had what you call when they came out with warfare and they gave all these women all this money. The man was not allowed houses when I was growing up. My sister was on there. I seen this, bear witness that her boyfriend had to leave the house because they would come around the house, check the house. White women talk to my about child. So this is the number one thing that's really so weak in America, because we are seeing where it's control. And when you look at the dominant power, look at the Taliban and how they come back. When you see that they are in control and they have control of their generation of kids, you see a power in men. But when you see in America who has control of the power of our kids, who are the women, you see less of them. It is there. So this is one thing I did, is want to tell him that he is truth. There's truth in it's true. And that's why when you give women that power, it will lead us to destruction in a way. And this is what it's done by design.
Okay, well said. Thank you very much.
All right.
Mr. Blackatron.
Good evening and good show, good topic. Unfortunately, I got a headache because they bringing out poetry and they going deep. It's really simple. Here's the deal. There's some people that are black and they're going to do what they want to do. There's a lot of them. A lot of them are women. A lot of them are men. They're going to do what they want to do. These people, if you want to claim them as yours, cool. I don't claim them as mine. They don't have my last name. I don't have any paperwork on these people. I'm single with no kids. I'm a free agent. I'm going to do as I want to do. Why? Because we all have freedom of choice, just like the Dustos do. They've made their choice.
Man.
They're going to move how they want to move. Therefore, it's your decision to decide how you want to move and try to find you a spouse, a woman, or whatever it is you want to find to move the way that you want to move. You can succeed, you can fail. But at the end of the day, don't nobody care. That's not going to change. It's actually going to get worse. Make a decision, live with it, and go to the gym and lose some weight too. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Well said, well said. Okay, Hank, I had muted you because actually it was you in the background where I had that noise. Go ahead, unmute, Hank.
Phantom, I got a chance with Blackatron, huh? It is what it is. Black men, protect yourself at all costs. That's the most important thing I could tell you, and I'm gonna say it every time. Protect yourself at all costs from these ratchet ass black women and these sipping ass dudes. They all run in the same circle of trash. Mr. Lee, thank you for having me. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for doing this show, and thanks you, JR, for having this network to even put this show on, baby. Hey, y'all men be good. Right on.
All right.
Shout out,
very
JR.
much. Okay. 1 second, Tien. Blake Holmes. Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Welcome to Sage Talk.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I watch you guys quite often, man. So it's all good to be on the network. Yeah. But
hey, Blake,
I guess
where are you from?
I'm from Houston.
Oh, okay. I thought you might have been in New York.
Nah, I'm from Houston.
Okay. Well, we're closing up, but I saw you in the back chat, so I wanted to give you an opportunity to come on up and sound off a little bit. Welcome to Sage Talk. So you're familiar with the questions that were being discussed?
Yeah, one was yeah. Do I need a refresher? I know one was would I protect a black woman? I know that one, but I don't know the other two.
Okay, let me read them for you so you have the full context.
Okay.
Would you risk your life and or reputation to come to the defense of a black woman? Why or why not?
Okay, I'll answer that one. Because ironically, well, I shoot, man, that's a tough one. Because instinctually, now as a 46-year-old man, man, it depends on the woman. Like I'm recently engaged right now, right? I would protect her because I know her. I know who she is as a woman. I know her character.
Right, but I don't want it to be specific to your wife, sister, immediate family. I want it to be just in general, a black woman in need.
Would I no, I wouldn't. No.
Why or why not? In this case, why not?
I wouldn't risk my freedom. Okay, because just for instance, like if a woman is, it just depends on the circumstance, but at the same time, why would I risk my freedom for a complete stranger when the consequences for me are way more dire than they are for her to a certain degree? Like, say for instance, if I see a woman that needs some help or whatever, and I butt in somebody else's business, my freedom is automatically at risk. I mean, I could go to prison for the next 20 years behind protecting somebody that I don't even know. To me, that doesn't even make sense, black or white. That doesn't even make sense.
Makes perfect good sense. Well explained.
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, I'm keeping.
Go ahead.
Do what?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I could really get personal with it because I really had a personal experience doing something similar.
Okay.
And
well, if you don't mind getting
it's
into too much detail, educate the audience so they can get greater perspective from a brother like yourself that have experience in terms of this question. You don't have to get too
right.
personal and reveal too much, but whatever you're comfortable with.
I'll say that shoot, man. I'll say that I experienced something similar in my early 20s. And in hindsight being 2020, I mean, it's not a wise thing to do. I'm gonna just keep it like that. You know what I'm saying? It's really not. I mean, it's my first time on a network, so I'm not gonna just spill all my beans at one time. But
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, like the gentleman said in the red shirt, you have to protect yourself. I know as men, we instinctually want to, be that protector and that type of thing. But a lot of times, man, I ain't gonna say a lot of times, but sometimes it's not in your best interest as a man to do that, because you got to think about the consequences of your actions, man. Like straight up, you really do, because it can really cost you in the long run if you don't slow down and think about, hey man, if I do this, what's gonna happen? After I do this. Like, I remember I was watching another episode. I know it was on the Lapeef Network, and I think it was a similar question. And one of the ladies, I'm not going to mention her name or whatever, she said if something happened, she would call Pookie and Ray Ray or something instead of calling the law enforcement, right?
Kayla.
So yeah, my response. Listen, yes, sir. My response to that would be,
my bad.
Why would you put another man's life in jeopardy behind your drama? You see what I'm saying? It really kind of gets under my skin when I hear women say that. Why would you call that man? You don't know what I'm saying? You don't know what the consequences are. That man doesn't know what the consequences are based
But
on
he's gonna
you saying,
come in.
oh,
He's gonna come in all guns blazed based on how she laid it out.
exactly. And man, it burns me up when I hear women say that. I'm like, man, you really got to think about things. I mean, if she's that in that much of distress, man, hey, call 911. Why are you calling me? You put my life in jeopardy. Like, straight up, a lot of men don't think about, especially when you're younger, you don't really think about that type of thing. But it's a real issue, man. It's real. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Absolutely.
And I'll tell you this, for a woman to call you, to a certain degree, it's a form of disrespect. Because why would you call me and put my life in jeopardy as opposed to calling somebody who's, I guess, paid to protect you, like the cops or whatever, or Am I making sense? Or do y'all understand what I'm saying?
No, you're making perfect sense, because if tomorrow she's in a beef with you, she will call the cops.
Right.
But today she got a beef with somebody else. She want to see you handle it.
Yeah, that
Because
ain't
she
gonna
wants
happen.
to get that instant gratification of justice meted out by you right on the spot. Not thinking the next step ahead, the consequence that you will have to face after you mete out the judgment that she wanted to see.
Right.
And that's where I think so many black men fall and destroy their life for not thinking, like you said, but just reacting to the cries of our women. And our women have not placed us or our safety in any preeminent way at all. They don't think of our safety. They just think, how can he, what they might call protect, but how can he give me some form of satisfaction because this other person disrespected me in somehow?
Right.
Knowing that there will be a fallout and a consequence depending on what you do, but in the moment, they don't care about that.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's man. That's why, like, you can tell. I know I can now. You can tell the type of women. I really don't deal with them, to be perfectly honest with you. But for a woman to even bring that to my attention, I just find it insulting, to be honest with you. I really do.
Well said.
I mean,
Well said. Okay,
y'all are
we'll end
quiet,
it
man.
on that. We'll
Yeah.
end it on that. No, you couldn't have made it more powerful. I like the way you ended that. Hank, did you get a chance to speak?
Yeah, I said it, man. Protect yourself at all times, dog. I said it before.
Okay.
Yeah, big brother, right on.
Okay, Tien, are you with us? Or are you taking care of the baby?
Yes, sir.
Stand
I
up,
am. I
sir.
am actually taking care of the baby. I'm glad you saw that happening. I had to take care of the young one. That's the only
No,
reason
no,
my
that's
camera's
okay.
off.
Absolutely. You want to say
Well,
something before we leave out?
yes, sir. In the United States Navy, there are three principles that are propagated throughout the halls of their bases, which is honor, courage, and commitment. And those are virtues that individuals who see themselves as as obligated to a larger collective should have for themselves, to have the honor of holding certain principles, of upholding principles, to have the courage to execute action based on those principles, and to be committed to a nation for the preservation and the future of a people. I see myself as beholden to those things for Black people in America and abroad, men and women. It's not a matter of simping for women, nor is it a matter of holding on to some bro code for men, but for the future of our people. And 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 so that's the reason why I say what I say about being willing to strategically risk my life and my reputation for the sake of a Black woman. Not all Black women in all situations, but to use discernment and wisdom when I do choose to put myself out there to protect a Black woman, just as I would a Black man, just as I would my brother. But the one last thing that I wanted to say, because I saw a lot of comments, and Mr. Lee has had the humility of not addressing some of the disgusting dialogue that's been happening based on what he chose as a cover photo with the tombstones of Dr. Martin Luther King, Kevin Samuels, and Kobe Bryant, and people saying, well, this person isn't on a level of that person. But the comparison that was being made was the disrespect of these men's legacies in their passing. And I believe that there's still a black man among us who doesn't lie, doesn't steal, doesn't cheat, doesn't chase women, doesn't chase men. And right now, we're seeing the ways and the different tactics that black women and other people are using to desecrate the memories of these great brothers of ours. But I believe that when that man that I'm speaking of finally does pass on, that's going to be our opportunity to utilize all of the things that we're learning right now and how to respond. Because it's easy to it's easy to condemn a man that spent that's most famous for molesting or abusing kids after he dies. It's nothing to say, well, oh, well, he wasn't that great and forget his legacy and all he ever did was this, that, and the third. But what happens when the best men among us are transition on? How do we defend those men? And I believe Louis Farrakhan is one of those men who, after he passes, best believe it ain't just going to be black women that's going to come after his legacy and come after the legacy of his organization. But we're going to see, but it's going to be hell. And we got to be prepared to defend that name, not for the sake of Louis Farrakhan, but for the sake of us. And how can we defend one another in life and in death? To say, you know what? No one ever said he was perfect, but you're not going to go after the legacy of this man. And you're not going to disrespect his legacy either. And the same way that we're going to do that is the same way that we're going to defend the legacy and the humanity of our brothers and sisters that are still living, that may be down and out, that may have tripped and fell into the legal system. I believe that's the lesson that we have to learn, and we have to get on code right now, because that time is coming where the only people that are going to be able to defend and protect us is ourselves. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Well, well said. Thank you very much, Tian. Well, again, thank you guys for stopping in, spending your afternoon with us here at Sage Talk. It was definitely an insightful conversation. I welcome everyone that came up on the panel and voiced their point of view to enhance the discussion. And to pivot off of what Tien said, you know, the thumbnail was really to recognize men, black men, who, one from 50, 60 years ago, but two more recently who have passed away. But their accomplishment was significant. It was spanning the entire United States and across the world. And both men and women favored them for their accomplishment. But my point is, why is it that our women are looking to find, scrutinizingly, looking to find and dig up bones in the life of our black men to kick dirt in their face when they're buried or when they're passed on? And what I would like to say is that if the men are the defense of a nation and you discredit the men of the nation, and not just any man, but the most accomplished and most successful of men within our nation, overcoming all obstacles and odds. When you do that, currently right now, there's a big debate, and there are many people on the Republican sides who are fighting tooth and nail not to allow CRT to be taught in schools, public schools or private or charter schools, because CRT brings out the history of what white people did in America, and they would have to sit and learn about themselves. And they're fighting to make sure that their history, as they have written it and told it, is not disturbed, is not revealed for what it is. But our women are looking for ways to discredit the most accomplished of black men, and Lord knows what's going on in the hood with the men who have nothing to really show for their accomplishments. So my point is, once we have disgraced all of our leaders, what then would white people or other people have to say about black people? Because if the black man ain't worth a damn, who's to say the black woman is worth a damn? And when other nations come after us and destroy us, or with the intention to destroy us, who will there be to defend us? Because you can't say all the accomplishments of black man is not worth a damn, and then when the other nations say black people ain't worth a damn, you're gonna try and stand up and say, what, you're worth something? Your present life does not display that. And many women today who are publicly on social media degrading, deriding, and being inhumane. There was a time when speaking about the dead was a cultural norm that no one did that. It was just not becoming of someone who was considered themselves a good person. You just don't speak ill of the dead once they're dead. Now, family may have arguments and things within the family, but people didn't come out in public platforms in some way to drag people in the streets and drag their name and destroy their family. It wasn't the way. But now it seemed like that is the norm. That's what we do. And that's why I always ask the question, do black people really understand freedom and what it means? Because freedom gives you the opportunity to say whatever you want. But it takes a very critical minded individual to know when to speak and when not to speak. And do our black women know when to shut the hell up? Or they just have to speak every word that comes to their mind, no matter what. And there's nothing sacred in their eyes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to another conversation of Sage Talk. I appreciate your time this afternoon. I hope you come back again to visit us and partake in our discussions. I try to make sure that the topics I touch on and the perspective that I bring is something that is insightful and thoughtful, and that it get those who are mindful to see a better black community think about the behaviors and the things in which we do from day to day, and that we become a people that are less reactive and more thoughtful about our actions and the consequences that what we do and what we say, how it may reflect on not on us presently, but sometime in the future. So thank you again. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Go have your dinner. Go have a nice drink. Spend time with your wife. Spend time with your husband. Play with your children. Enjoy yourself. Until next week. Sage Talk out.